Morning. Good morning to you all. Welcome to this second stakeholder workshop on safe and sustainable by design criteria and the framework. My name is Peter Dröll. I'm from DG Research and Innovation, and I'm your host this morning. In these probing times, the best we can do is to double our efforts in our respective fields of competence to keep and make Europe strong. So thanks a lot for being here. Today is a big milestone in our work towards this framework and the criteria for safe and sustainable by design materials and chemicals. The objective of today in this workshop is to present to you where we stand so far. So the work of the last months, which has been really intensive. So to present to you this work and discuss with you and get your feedback, which is very important for us. You will have today an important role to influence further this framework, which is, as you know, it's about the dimensions and the aspects and methods that can be used to assess safety and sustainability of chemicals and materials. So your feedback today is very important for us. You'll also have the possibility to comment in writing by 5th of April, so that we do not miss any of your comments. The structure for today is very straightforward. Let me remind it to all of you, it will help us in structuring also the questions. So we will start with an overview of the current work by Elena Montani and Javier Sanfelix, two colleagues from DG Environment, Elena, and Sanfelix here from Javier from my team. I don't think they need an introduction in this frame here. They will give you an overview, followed by a short session of question and answers. And then we have a presentation of the underpinning concepts by Serenella Sala. Serenella is a researcher in life cycle assessment and green chemistry, and she's a manager at our joint research center, the Commission's research center. And this presentation of the underpinning concepts will be followed by questions and answers. And then Serenella will present the building blocks, and we interrupt again for question and answers, and then the structure of the framework, which will be presented by a colleague from the Joint Research Center, by Lucian Farsal, who is specialized in risk assessment, health and safety, and toxicity. So then it's time for lunch. And in the afternoon, my colleague Jürgen Tietje, who is in charge of industrial transformation, will chair, and we will go and present the stepwise approach, the evaluation procedure, go into case studies we intend to work on, and then wrap up on conclusions. And this all should be ending at 4 o'clock. So an intensive day, important for us to get your feedback. As I said, an important milestone for us. Thanks for being here. Before we go to the next agenda item, I would like to briefly remind how we work here on WebEx. So this workshop is recorded and broadcasted on YouTube. Please keep, when you're not speaking, camera and microphone off. If you want to intervene, use the hand raising options in WebEx. Please be patient with me. If I overlook one of you, please let me know. It will certainly not be intentional. Please also use the chat function for commenting and giving your opinion and making your voice heard. And as I mentioned, today is not the only possibility to intervene. We would welcome written contributions from all of you by 5th of April. Okay, ready to go? If so, I propose we start with the message from Jean-Luc Paquet, the Director General of Research and Innovation in Europe, who has a video message for us. So, Natalie, could you launch this video message?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this second workshop on safe and sustainable by design chemicals and materials. I'm delighted to welcome you on behalf of the European Commission, together with a team of Jürgen Tittke here in DG Research and Innovation, but also and importantly with colleagues from DG Environment and the Joint Research Center. They have teamed up to prepare and will run the workshop with you today. Safe and sustainable by design is, of course, very much part of the Commission work on the Zero Pollution Action Plan, the Sustainable Product Initiative, and we hope that the work we will do together will allow us to steer research and innovation to really make an impact on how industry indeed moves to design safe and sustainable products, chemicals, and materials. It's already our second workshop. We met a few months ago. It was more than 600 of you I see here, which were there. You also contributed to the work with an online survey, and this also allowed the Commission, and this will be part of today's discussion, to map the ongoing initiatives across Europe, I suppose beyond as well. We will discuss during the workshop, but we will also continue to reach out to you, and I hope you will accept also to continue to contribute so that we can then discuss a result of case studies leading to the work on criteria and to further develop methods and models based on open scientific cooperation. The work on safe and sustainable by design is therefore a long-term effort, but one which I hope will indeed be highly visible and highly relevant for regulatory framework and industry actions, for standards as well. Our citizens are overwhelmingly asking us for a safe use of chemicals and materials. And I think it is therefore so welcome that many of you are with us today to work on the framework. So I wish you a productive workshop. And as I said, I very much count on you to continue working with the Commission as we develop that framework. Merci à tous et bon travail.
Merci à Jean-Éric, and thanks a lot to all of you. So we can go straight into the first presentation by Elena and Javier, an update on the work so far. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning to all. It's really a pleasure to be here and giving you this part of the introduction to the workshop. So indeed, my name is Elena Montani, and I work in DG Environment, and I coordinate the work and the implementation of the chemical strategy for sustainability. So I will give you a little bit of a policy introduction from the point of view of the chemical strategy, and then Javier will bring it forward, entering already into the details of the concept. If we can go to the first slide, please. So a little bit, some words on our starting point, which is the European Green Deal. I'm pretty sure everybody knows it by now. The European Green Deal is really the vision of the current Commission on how we should move forward towards an economy and society which are really sustainable. And there are a number of pillars of the Green Deal. The major ones are, let's say, climate neutrality, a circular economy, the protection of biodiversity, and then what we call the zero pollution ambition for a toxic-free environment. So the chemical strategy was announced as the first pillar of the zero pollution ambition. But as you can imagine, chemicals is such a cross-cutting issue that there are many interlinkages to the other pillars of the Green Deal in terms of achieving climate neutrality, a clean circular economy, but also protecting biodiversity and the other zero pollution goals in terms of contamination of soil, water, and impacts also on air quality. If we can move to the next slide. So what we have done in the chemical strategy, which was adopted now already a little bit more than 1 year ago, is to propose a vision for moving towards a toxic-free environment. So chemicals policies are not new in the European Union. We have had already over 50 years of chemicals policy and regulation, but not only regulation, also a lot of research and innovation happened on improving the safety and sustainability of chemicals and on moving towards more sustainable innovations. What we have tried to do here is really to drive the next 10 years of policies towards a more preventive approach. And here, this image of a reverse pyramid is what we have tried to announce with the strategy. We want to move towards a system where we really produce and use chemicals which are safe and sustainable from the design, from the beginning and across the whole life cycle, so that this will allow us to reduce the efforts on minimizing and control the risks of chemicals, and even more importantly, reduce the need to eliminate and remediate the pollution and the impacts that chemicals, hazardous chemicals, have on our environment and our health. So these three bullets summarize the main goals of the strategy, which is to ensure that all chemicals on the market are produced and used so safely and sustainable, that we substitute and minimize as far as possible what we call the substances of concern, so those which pose a chronic effect for human health and the environment, which means effect for life. And then that we avoid as much as possible, and especially in consumer products, the substances which poses even a more critical danger for health and environment. And we call them in the strategy the most harmful chemicals. If we move to the next slide. And this is a summary of our vision and the interlinkages with the overall goals of the Green Deal. So we want to move towards an approach which is more preventive, and this will contribute to climate neutrality, biodiversity protection, zero pollution, and circularity. Because chemicals, as I said, they contribute to all these goals. So we need innovation in chemicals also to achieve climate neutrality, but it's also important that the production of chemicals becomes greener also in order to avoid the impact, the negative impact on climate. We need also a greener production of chemicals in terms of impacts of chemicals on biodiversity. And we need the chemicals which are safer from the start. We need to avoid the worst chemicals so that we can prevent the harm on health and environment. And we need a circularity of materials, but we need a clean circularity. So we need to make sure that the materials that we reuse are not do not include the very toxic chemicals, so that we don't re-put the toxic chemicals in the loop. And so this is a summary of also the main actions that we have in the strategy. So we want to ensure that we have a strong knowledge base. So we have a number of actions to improve the knowledge base on chemicals, which also is something we are doing in our regulatory revisions, in particular REACH, but also a product legislation, in order to make sure that we have full identification of the hazards of chemicals, but also we improve our knowledge on the overall environmental footprint of chemicals. And we also improve the transparency and the interoperability of what we are doing with the chemical data that we have. We are also setting up a system of indicators, and we are also improving the way and strengthening our capacity to monitor and biomonitor the impact of chemicals on health and environment. And then we have announced that this preventive approach has actually two pillars. So we need to move innovation towards, and this is why safe and sustainable by design chemicals and materials are at the very heart of this strategy. So we need to move innovation towards these chemicals as much as possible. And these will also drive a number of other important actions of the strategy, including what we have announced in terms of strategic research and innovation agenda on chemicals, and also the funding that we want to promote across different funding instruments. And also the overall industrial transition that we plan to monitor towards key performance indicators, but also to be supported towards our sustainable finance tools. And then we have the regulatory side, which tries to promote the same goals through regulatory revisions. And in particular, we are revising legislation in order to make sure that the most harmful chemicals, as I said, are not included in consumer products unless really essential for society. But we also want to promote that the substances of concern are minimized and tracked across the entire life cycle. And we also have a number of actions to support the implementation of chemicals legislation, but also to promote all these goals internationally. If we go to the next slide, this is just to show you that what we are doing here on setting criteria on safe and sustainable by design is not a standalone process, but it has links with other ongoing processes currently ongoing in the European Commission. And they mention a few, which are the revision of the Eco-Design Directive, which will be actually announced from the Commission next week. And it will be called the Sustainable Products Initiative, in order to promote products which are really sustainable from the start. There will be another initiative on green claims, which is currently announced for beginning of summer. And then there is a number of product-specific legislation which are either new or are being revised in order to really promote products which are sustainable and with sustainability standards. And then we have other initiatives which are setting more voluntary schemes and standards, including the sustainable finance, green public procurement, but also the EU Eco Label, which of course needs to be are really aligned and linked to what we are doing here on safe and sustainable by design. And then the last group is research and innovation actions, which you probably know better than me, which have been actually financing already toolbox and methodologies which are trying to define sustainability in terms of research, including the safe by design concept, which has been used already for years in the nano field. But also other supporting tools that have been financed through Horizon Europe and Horizon 2020. I think I would stop here because I know that Javier has a lot of things to say, but thanks very much, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Elena, and welcome to everyone to this workshop. It's really a pleasure to finally organize it after so many activities that you have been running. So Natalie, you can go to the next slide, please. I will present now the concept on safe and sustainable by design and all the activities that we did in the past and what we have in mind for the next month. So safe and sustainable by design is an approach to the design, the development and use of the chemicals and materials that focuses on providing a function or service while reducing their harmful impact on human health and the environment. The scope is for chemicals and materials, but we want to take into account the entire life cycle of them. And that means that the use stage of the chemicals and materials is part of the assessment, and therefore we will look at how they are used inside products. And what you see here in this figure is how we will address the entire life cycle from raw material extraction, production, use, and end of life at the three different levels. So at chemical level, how this can be used in materials, and then how chemicals and materials are used in the product, and always looking at the entire life cycle. Next slide, please. So what are the expected applications of SSbD? First of all, I would like to recall what Elena already mentioned, that this is not a regulatory action under the CSS. This work falls under the innovation actions of the chemical strategy. And our first objective is to use safe and sustainable by design to steer innovation towards the green industrial transition. And this is why one of the very first uses that we're going to give to this framework is to implement it and make links in the different Horizon Europe calls, and that we hope that industry and also member states make use of this framework in their research programs. In line with the chemicals strategy, we want to use this SSbD to substitute as far as possible or minimize the production and use of substances of concern. And we will do this by prioritizing the application of SSbD to find alternatives to these substances of concern and try to go beyond the minimum requirements that the chemical legislation is asking for, and really have innovative materials that have high standards on safety and sustainability aspects. And then we also want to achieve to minimize the impact on climate and the environment by looking at the entire life cycle, as I mentioned before. Next slide, please. And how we expect to reach this impact with research and innovation action. So you see here three spheres where we can work and influence. The first one, the sphere of control, is when we are developing the topics, the research actions, with a special focus on industrial applications. And we want to make sure that the project consortium includes the manufacturer of the chemicals and materials, but also the end user. Then we move to the sphere of influence, where the projects are starting to generate results and they take care of the dissemination and exploitation and make sure that their outcomes are reachable to all the actors involved in the value chain of this chemical and material. And by this, we will create an interest on this demand of these SSbD chemicals and materials. Industry will start acknowledging that they exist and that they can use them, and then increase production that can contribute to reduce production cost and also generate more data to facilitate the SSbD assessment. And in all these aspects, we can provide scientific feedback to policy making in different EU legislation. As Elena presented, we have links with many activities that the Commission is working on. And this is how we see it from the research and innovation angle. The next slide, please. So this is the timeline of Safe and Sustainable by Design since its publication in the Chemicals Strategy. Our very first action was the first workshop last year, where we invited a group of experts to start looking and thinking on how, which dimensions of safety and sustainability could be included and how these criteria could look like. Then in April, we published a mapping study where we looked at different initiatives implementing sustainability criteria to start thinking on how this framework could look like. And it was followed by a stakeholder survey to complement the results of this mapping study and also get your feedback on the possible applications of SSbD. And by the end of the year, we will have a Commission publication on this work. Next slide, please. So as I said, we started with this mapping study where we wanted to start collecting input for the development of the framework and criteria, and where we identify the existing policies and initiatives at the Commission level, at member states level, and also in countries outside the EU that were already implementing sustainability criteria. And an important part of this mapping study was also to analyze the progress of the research and innovation actions under Horizon 2020 on the safe by design approach for nanomaterials, which is an important aspect that from which we build now this SSbD framework that we are presenting today. Next slide, please. In order to complement our findings in the mapping study, we launched this survey in summer, well, before summer last year, where we also wanted to collect feedback from from stakeholders on the expectations for the criteria and your preferred implementation options. The results of this survey are published now in the Annex 1 of the Deliverable 2 of the GRC that has been circulated as material for this meeting as background information. I will now present the main highlights of this survey. Next slide, please. So many of you requested that SSbD should contribute to existing and upcoming initiatives like Sustainable Products Initiatives, EU Ecolabel, or Ecodesign. This is something that we have in mind, and as Elena presented, we expect that the results and outcomes of SSbD can serve as preparatory work for all these initiatives. You also requested that it has to be aligned with existing chemicals regulation like REACH and CLP. And yes, of course, we will make sure that it is aligned with this because they are the most important pieces of chemical legislation, and not only aligned with how they are now, but also with the improvements that they are running on under the actions of the CSS. Stakeholders also requested to use SSbD to harmonize criteria, and we would like to aim at that as well, that this framework and criteria can become a global reference for safety and sustainability assessment of chemicals and materials. And then, of course, as I already said before, to use it to foster innovation and allow the green industrial transition, and also to develop alternatives to substances of concern and avoid regrettable substitution. And for that, we really need a framework that is robust enough and a set of strong criteria. And we hope that by the consultation with you today, we can collect feedback to really improve this method, this framework, and achieve this objective. Next slide, please. As I said, this is a joint action with the GRC, where they are providing the technical and scientific support, and they have three main tasks. We have the partnership on risk assessment of chemicals to develop the toolboxes to the SSbD assessment based on this framework that we are discussing today. For the next work program for 23-24, we want to continue providing support, and this will be by developing methods for safety and sustainability assessment, and also case studies to find alternatives to substances of concern. And with all this, we want to have a feedback loop to further refine these SSbD criteria. And a very important aspect is to make these data, methods, and tools findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And this is not only for the outcomes from the research and innovation actions, but also we hope that industry gets engaged in this process and provides data to facilitate the assessment. And the next and last slide, just a reminder on the next steps. We hope to get your feedback by 5th of April. Please use the Word template that has been circulated and send it to us in Word format, because that makes a huge difference when compiling all the input to the functional mailbox. And you will receive news on the next consultation that we plan in the third quarter of 2022 through our SSbD work. And that's all from my side. Happy to take any questions, and back to you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Elena and Javier. Perfect timing, 10:30. This is when we wanted to move to the next presentation. So unless there is an urgent question or comment from the participants here in the workshop, which doesn't seem to be the case. So thanks a lot for setting very clearly the overall context. Serenella, the floor is yours, and we are very curious to hear from you about the underpinning concepts as a first step. Please.
Thanks a lot, Peter, and welcome to everybody also from my side. Let me share.
Serenella, we don't hear you very well. Can you check the microphone? And in the meantime, I would like to apologize that apparently on YouTube the slides are not available. We will send them to you. And we are trying to fix it. Serenella, can you try again?
Is that better?
Yeah, a bit. Please speak very loudly.
Okay. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. So thanks a lot, Peter and all, and welcome also from my side. I'm Serenella Sala, and together with my colleagues at the JRC, we were working on this safe and sustainable by design of chemicals and materials. Actually, we are a group quite heterogeneous in terms of background, because we are trying really to make an effort to put together input from different disciplines and approach in the assessment of chemicals. And of course, all this work is a collective effort. So as mentioned by Peter at the beginning, this is really something where your input today is very, very precious to do the next steps. As said, the organization of our presentation will be divided in blocks, and as it was shared in the agenda, those blocks are related to sections of the report that you are asked to comment. In this way, we thought it would have been easier for you to follow the key concept, the key building blocks we were putting together in the definition of the framework. So I will just start with the first one, which is the illustration of the underpinning concept of the safe and sustainable by design framework. I have to say that so far, from the beginning of this path together with the GRTD, it was extremely intellectually intriguing for us to do this work, because actually there are many concepts that are underpinning the SSbD framework, and also many attempts that have been made already to address the challenge that the framework is posing. So the contents of this session will be related to giving you a summary of the review that has been recently published and that you have already as material that you can look at. That was the basis for us for the work that we are proposing now for the framework. And then we will go through together some background concepts. That were the concepts we revised and we were trying to digest towards having a framework that is really encompassing several elements that are fundamental. And those are related to sustainability, safety, and the sustainable development goals, to the green chemistry, the sustainable chemistry. So all these concepts that were developed over time in support to a greener chemistry. And then some notes on the life cycle assessment, because as you heard from Elena and Javier, this is a specific element of the framework.
Serenella, I need to interrupt you for a second. There are comments from the audience that you are difficult to hear indeed. And
yeah, I try without the headset then. Is that better?
Yes.
Hello.
Say a bit more.
Yeah, because we are in a room
together.
So I hope I'm not creating too much noise to the colleagues of the that are here with me.
Okay, the others, please mute your microphones, and now you have our full attention, please.
Okay, so I was just going through the content, and the idea is to give you in a nutshell what was the result of our review of the existing framework, and then to accompany you through the concept, the background concept that were our building blocks towards the framework that we are proposing today. So as anticipated, the policy context for the SSbD is mainly related to the zero pollution and the chemical strategy for sustainability, but it's also related and may support several other ambitions of the Green Deal and the Commission, for example, in relation to the climate neutrality and the circular economy. Specifically for what concerns the chemical strategy, we said one of the ambitions is to phase out the most harmful substance and to substitute as far as possible all other substances of concern, or otherwise minimize and track them. So it's really needed to have a new approach to tackle the release and the emission across all life cycle stages. So to have an approach that is combining safety consideration and other consideration along the life cycle of the chemical. And this is why in the chemical strategy action plan, there was a specific task on the development of safe and sustainable by design criteria. Now, to understand what was the basis for our review, let's go back to what is in the chemical strategy as definition for safe and sustainable by design, that can be defined as a pre-market approach to chemicals that focus on providing a function or service while avoiding volumes and chemical properties that may be harmful to human health or the environment. In particular, groups of chemicals like to be ecotoxic, persistent, bioaccumulative, or mobile. Overall sustainability should be ensured by minimizing the environmental footprint of chemicals, in particular on climate change, resource use, ecosystem, and biodiversity from a life cycle perspective. So our framework has been built really having in mind these key requests, key ambitions in the definition of the chemical strategy, and also considering that the ambition of the SSbD is to go beyond current regulatory compliance. Which were our steps, or which are our steps, since we are still in the making? First of all, to review the existing frameworks. So there was a very vast literature, both scientific literature and gray literature proposal from industries and NGOs on frameworks, and we were reviewing them. Then we identified the sustainability dimensions to be addressed by the proposed framework, and the methods, tools, and indicators that could make operational the assessment of the sustainability dimensions at stake. And then there are two other steps which are really related to the procedure to develop criteria that can be used to assess the chemical and the material, and then the actual procedure, so the procedure of evaluation, so the identification of those criteria that might have a pass or fail indication, or how to build basically a scoring system. So if we start with the review of the framework, this is the report that you have available that has been released. It was really a review of current approaches to alternative assessment of chemicals, addressing safety and sustainability. When we were using the term framework, we were referring to approaches that were proposing, considering, and embracing different dimensions of sustainability when comparing alternatives. So that was, let's say, the interpretation we gave to the word framework. And the review includes, for comprehensiveness, all the sustainability dimensions, so the safety, the environmental dimension, but also the social and the economic one. So the specific objective of the review was to assess in which way sustainability aspects have been implemented in the decision framework. So which dimensions, which environmental or safety aspects, which methods, and which indicators. And the idea was really to have them a sort of a list of guiding principles to help our development of the framework. So the reviewed frameworks, of course, builds on the first workshop that has been held on safe and sustainable by design. So the input you gave already in that occasion, the survey, and also the GRTD mapping study that was mentioned by Javier before. But then we were looking really into a number of other sources like scientific literature, gray literature, European Commission guidelines and existing legislation, certification schemes, but also documents from companies and NGOs. And we were using a number of eligibility criteria to then, from the vast number of documents that we retrieved, to identify those documents that were more important for our exercise. So those that were looking at safety, environmental dimensions, social dimension, and economic dimensions. So those that were related to the development of safe by design, safe and sustainable, substance substitution, alternative assessment. In the report, you have the full list of the, let's say, keywords that were used to select then the documents, and we end up with 119 conceptual and operational framework that we were reviewing in depth. So why I mention and I stress conceptual and operational, because actually what we found in the literature was, and those are just examples, a number of conceptual frameworks, so that we're just referring to what conceptually should be in an SSbD domain remit, but not being operational in saying, yes, that dimension that I want to be integrated in the SSbD has to be quantified in this manner, with this method, with this indicator. And even less, we're including criteria and scoring systems. So we're closing the loop of the operationalization towards having really a numerical score or a qualitative score to say, okay, how I rank chemical, or how I can score an alternative better than another. Just in a nutshell, from the 119 framework that we reviewed, the majority of them were coming from academia or from industry, and in the majority of the case, they were focused on application to generic chemicals, so without specific class of them in mind, or on solvents. There were other examples looking at products or looking at materials, but let's say the vast majority was really on generic chemicals or on solvents. And then another, key message from this framework was that out of 119, 34 frameworks were addressing safety, environmental, and economic considerations. 30 were addressing safety and environmental, and all the others, on a lesser extent, were addressing in a way or in another the dimensions that have been identified. So we built then from the review a number of lessons learned, let's say, a number of key considerations. So the majority of the framework were devised for alternative assessment and not for the actual design of safe and sustainable chemicals. That means that the ideal framework should take into account safety and sustainability in a very early stage, so really in the design phase, including safety dimension using the EU approach to regulatory safety assessment of chemicals, while we think that, and we said already, it's important for our framework to go also beyond the regulatory requirements. There is another element which is quite important for us, which is the fact that the criteria that should descend from the framework should take really into account the specific function of the chemical, so that the comparison between chemicals should be done at equal function. And this is what was mentioned already related to the inclusion of use phase, so the final use, the final standard use of chemical and the material. Then another consideration is related to the number of impact categories to be looked at when assessing the life cycle. So the main idea here is to allow the identification of trade-off between different environmental impacts, so to avoid that a chemical that is beneficial on an impact category is then determining impacts on the other, especially to avoid the so-called regrettable substitution. Then another key consideration is how to build the thresholds for the environmental sustainability of chemicals that ideally should be based on human health and ecological carrying capacity. So to have a sort of absolute sustainability view, and on that we will come back on this concept when designing the criteria. An important element of the framework is the way in which the lack of data and the quantification of uncertainty will be addressed. and also how to really support decision makers in the analysis of the trade-offs, as we mentioned before, but not only the trade-offs between environmental dimension, but also trade-off between potential trade-off between safety and environmental or other dimensions. That's with having in mind the idea of guiding decision making. So what you find in the report that is under consultation is basically a framework that has the following objectives: to provide guidance on how to develop the criteria for safe and sustainable chemical and material, to steer innovation towards the green industrial transition, and to become a global reference for safety and sustainability targets, to support the substitution or the minimization of the production and use of substance of concern, the minimization of the impacts on climate and the environment along the entire life cycle, and the support to ranking chemicals and materials based on safety and sustainability performance when used in a specific function or application context. We applied an iterative process to develop the framework. So basically, our review is the input to the steps we followed in building the framework. So defining the dimensions to be looked at, establishing a hierarchical principles among the dimensions, define a structure for the framework, so the steps to be followed for the evaluation, the methodology for the criteria definition, and these entails methods, tools, indicators, and the evaluation procedure. So with the ambition of having not only a conceptually solid framework, but also an operational framework to allow the evaluation of the chemicals. So the background concepts, as I mentioned before, are actually many, because already from the words that are used in safe and sustainable by design, basically we have to understand from sustainability science which kind of input we can have to the SSbD, from the effort that was made over time on having design principles for green chemicals, what we can learn and distill in support to this framework. Then we were looking at these approaches to absolute sustainability. So, for example, to the concept of the planetary boundaries and the ecological carrying capacity. And then a number of approaches that has been developed over time, both in a regulatory and non-regulatory context, like the safe by design, the life cycle assessment, and the risk assessment. And of course, one ingredient, let's say, of this complex ensemble of elements that we were using as basis for the framework is in relation to policy priorities. So what is in the European Green Deal. So let's go through this concept to see, let's say, which are the main elements that we consider then as basis for our framework. As we said, the safe and sustainability by design concept literally emphasized safety and sustainability. Actually, this is a wording that is helping us to say there are elements that we want to look at, elements of safety and elements of sustainability, but we have to consider that basically safety is already an inherent element of environmental and social sustainability, and it has also a number of economic components. So it's like saying that safety is completely part, it's integrated in the three main sustainability pillars, so environmental, economic, and social pillars, but we are looking at that with special eyes in this exercise just to address properly the safety considerations. In relation to sustainability, there are a very famous definition of what sustainable development is, basically in relation to the need of the present generation of fulfill their needs without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own. And the idea is really to encompass this dimension. Now, to have a more operational way or more systematic way to see how these ambitions of sustainability may translate into practice, we were taking into consideration Sustainable Development Goals as the overarching set of goals towards achieving sustainability. So helping us also identifying within sustainability dimensions the elements that are now really high in the global agenda towards achieving sustainable development. And if we look at the Sustainable Development Goals more in details, there are specific goals and targets that are mentioning chemicals. For example, the 12.4 on the management of chemicals or the 3.9 on the hazardous chemicals. But what the framework of safe and sustainable by design chemicals is aiming at is actually embracing many more sustainable development goals in relation, for example, to clean water and sanitation, or in relation of the climate action, and so on and so forth. So it's quite horizontal, the role of this framework in contributing to the achievement of sustainable development goals. Then we also reviewed how these sustainable development goals are considered in terms of a possible hierarchical principle among them. And what we were taking, let's say, as main narrative is in line with what is called the strong sustainability perspective. So where the conservation of the natural capital is the main objective, since this natural capital is the building block for having society and economy thriving. And these, of course, include in this biosphere consideration elements of the safety because of the, let's say, human health and environment protection considerations. As we said, another concept that we are reviewing and we try to understand how to integrate is related to the planetary boundaries. So a framework referring to the need for humankind to operate within a safe space, respecting Earth's ecological limits. This is somehow a precondition for sustainable development, because we need to identify and quantify environmental planetary boundaries that must not be transgressed by human activities. This is not. This is really a journey still open, in the sense that several planetary boundaries has been proposed. Some have still to be identified or further refined. But this is an interesting concept in terms of the mindset when we are evaluating our effort towards having better chemicals, because the real ambition should be that those chemicals are not just better than another chemical on the market, but are really contributing to our sustainability ambitions. Then, as we said, we reviewed a number of design principles that has been developed over time in the green chemistry domain. So the green chemistry, sustainable chemistry, circular chemistry, green engineering, safe by design, they were evolving over time. And they were mainly proposed to help in the design phase the development of a chemical following those principles, minimizing environmental impacts and hazardous properties. Traditionally, they were very much focused on the property of the chemical and some specific aspects of the production process or the raw material acquisition. It has to be said that over time, it was also evolving the awareness that these green principles are not enough alone. They have to be coupled with an evaluation of the overall sustainability performance of the chemical that is then designed following these principles. And this is the reason why in this constellation of concepts, there is also life cycle assessment. So there is a method, a systematic approach for the assessment of environmental impacts of products or a chemical or a material along their life cycle from design to end of life. The structure of a life cycle assessment is, let's say, pretty straightforward. It has a goal and scope in which the object, the subject of the assessment is defined, and these include the function, the expected function of this chemical or material. This is the basis to build an inventory, so to collect resources that are used along the life cycle of the chemical and emissions that are occurring along the life cycle. This is then translated by means of environmental models in potential impacts. Now you see on the screen the 16 environmental impact categories as for the recommendation of the European Commission, so the recommendation for the environmental footprint. Of course, there are possibly other impacts that could be evaluated as well. But the main idea is that you can have a clear identification of trade-offs between these environmental aspects, but you can also identify which are the aspects that are generating an impact on human health or on ecosystem health or on natural resources. And the last step is the interpretation. LCA is very much an iterative process in the sense that the idea is that when you have run that, you can go back and see if there are elements in your inventory or in your impact that could be refined to have a better evaluation of the system at stake. So it's important also to understand how now life cycle assessment is transversal to a number of EU policies, especially the policies that might have done a specific link also with the safe and sustainable by design strategy. There is the request of measuring the environmental footprint of product and organization, including through life cycle approaches and natural capital accounting. In the farm to fork strategy, where there is the ambition to reduce the overall environmental footprint of the EU food system. And we know that in the entire food system, there are, of course, a lot of chemicals involved. In the circular economy action plan, where a number of policies that has been mentioned also by Elena Montani at the beginning are referred to, like the sustainable product initiative and the green claims, both referring to the entire life cycle of the products. And of course, now in the zero pollution and in the chemical strategy, where besides this exercise on the framework for safe and sustainable by design, the life cycle is mentioned also in other parts and in other components, being on the improvement of knowledge base in terms of data on the environmental footprint of existing chemicals, or in the need of specific indicators for chemicals that are embracing the entire life cycle of the chemicals. So why it's so important that we are not just looking at the chemical itself, but we include process and in the picture. We just prepare a very simple example, but if we take as example ethanol, we might have traditional safety consideration on ethanol as substance that are performed beyond any consideration of the production pathway or the initial raw material that was behind that product. And instead, the raw material acquisition and the specific production process may imply a different footprint, environmental footprint, or even social and economic footprint of that specific chemical. And that this very chemical can be applied in many different uses. And in these uses, again, there could be a situation in which actually the ethanol may represent the better or the best alternative, and others were not. So this is, of course, something that is, let's say, improving the comprehensiveness of the assessment, while on the other hand, and that we recognize, might generate a more complex system of evaluation. So one of the plea for today is also to help us envisaging how we can balance at best this comprehensiveness with the need of them becoming operational. So I conclude with this slide that is just summarize the key feature of LCA, the idea really of embracing the entire life cycle, of having multiple environmental impacts under the radar, the identification of the trade-offs among environmental impacts, but also among life cycle stage. Because, for example, if it is identified that the problem is related to the raw material acquisition, that means that there is also a guidance on where to act to improve overall sustainability of the chemical. And this is the example of comparing different feedstock or production scenarios in this respect. And then the life cycle community has already made a lot of effort to link the environmental impact categories of the life cycle with the planetary boundaries. So there is an opportunity to make that more operational. So I stop here. We should have 13 minutes of available for your questions before our pause.
Thank you very much, Serenella. Very clear. Will you be able to share your slides with all participants? I think that would be.
I think this is the idea.
Very good. There are a couple of questions already in the chat. One is about the relation with regulation, which was mentioned by Javier and by Elena at the beginning. Perhaps you would like to come back to this now, Javier or Elena?
Yes, sure. So the link that we see is that all the scientific knowledge that we are generating with the SSbD framework and criteria, we will make it available for all these policies related with safety and sustainability aspects in order to fit in the process to preparing them. And also we are following up all these other processes of the related initiatives to take into account how they are addressing chemicals and materials, so we can also address it in the framework. Maybe Elena, if you want to complement.
Yeah, indeed. So the idea is not that this, for the moment, a concept to be used for regulatory action, in particular for restrictions of reach, but to be aligned with what we are doing in the current revisions. And there is, in particular, one action in the strategy that was announced that is particularly relevant. It's that we are trying to, we are proposing and assessing the best way to include information on environmental footprint of chemicals via REACH. So this is something that is in the ongoing impact assessment. And of course, the two actions need to be aligned, and the criteria need to be aligned. But it's not that we're using the criteria for safe and sustainable by design in REACH as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then there was a question from Christina Ehlert, why we would now use safe and sustainable while sustainable includes safe. You're absolutely right. This is part of the genesis that we started with safe by design nanomaterials. And if we had dropped this notion of safe, it might have led to confusion that we are not putting the same emphasis on safe as before. But you're absolutely right in terms of concept. And then, Serenella, perhaps you can take this question from the colleague Winkler on the mobility as a criterion. Do you see that? And other participants, I would ask you to raise your hand if you have questions. I don't see a raised hand yet, but I'm very attentive to it. So, Serenella.
Yes, since there are many in the chat, I'm trying to go back to the one that you are mentioning now. Maybe I just go through them as I found them. So I see as my first from Jovanovic, Renata. So actually this aspect of the artificial intelligence and quantum computing is something that we can address further in the next, let's say, steps of the presentation. But just in a nutshell, the idea is to help making available more data and more information, not only on the chemical properties, but also on the chemical process by means of these. So this is something where any input or hint on how to integrate better when at the design phase there will be guiding principle, or when at the evaluation phase there will be gaps in the information, because of course these approaches may help us immensely in doing this exercise. Then there was a long comment from for sure extra workshop would be welcome. There are aspects that you will see, especially in relation to the scoring system and the evaluation, where we think there are still room for reflecting on how to best address the complexity and the balance between the different dimensions. On the point of Stefan, the other profile at the gate of the assessment, yes, this is really to avoid trade-off between safety and other dimension of sustainability, so not to compensate between them. But you will heard during the presentation that what you are mentioning here as additional benefits that the chemical are bringing, we wanted to have them in the picture, not to offset if you have safety concern, but to be addressed if safety concern are let's say under control as an additional element of your framework. Then there is Anya. It's quite long, so I try to take the question as quick as I can. Yeah, this is a request more for a technical workshop on the methodology applying the planetary boundary concept. This is a very challenging concept if applied to the framework, so that is not for me to answer, but I think it will be welcome to have a dedicated moment to discuss on this. And the need of employ the planetary boundary instead of the concept of ecological carrying capacity. Basically, Rockstrom et al. Were very good, in my opinion, to let's say rebrand the early 70s concept of ecological carrying capacity, and also making an attempt of a proposal for a threshold. So not only the concept and threshold. So I see the two very much related.
Thank you, Serenella. Perhaps we can go to the colleagues who have raised their hand, and
Okay.
there are quite a number now. Let me start with Doreen from CAN Europe, followed by Neil Hunt from Jordas GmbH, and Marco from SME United. So, Doreen.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you. I hope you can hear me well. I sometimes have problems with the WebEx. That's lovely. So thank you for all the presentations this morning. I'm sitting in the meeting as someone who is following the chemical sector, particularly as an energy-intensive industry, and following very much what is happening in the industrial strategy. And I really have a question to the colleagues, both from the JRC and from environment, as to how to integrate this work into the work that is underway now, especially on the chemicals chapter in the industrial ecosystem transition pathway for energy-intensive industries. We had a meeting last week. There was no mention of the chemical strategy. There was no mention of the high-level roundtable. And this is very worrying for us, because we think that obviously for this work to be effective, it has to be coherent with what is happening across the European Commission. So please, can we see how to integrate that work already? We are trying as CAN Europe, but with very short time periods for responses. And also, just one last point, this also relates to the partnerships for the planet, processes for planet partnership, where the innovation focus for 2023 and 24 and the budget to come with that is also being discussed now. So we would really like to see coherence across all of these processes as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I can answer this directly. You are absolutely right. However, the versions of the pathway, the draft pathways I have seen and we have commented are really taking this safe and sustainable by design framework at the center. Also the research and innovation agenda we are preparing. So we see it from our side as a very important landing point, this pathway for chemicals. Also the high-level roundtable in May will be dedicated to discussing the safe and sustainable by design framework. So thanks for raising this concern, well noted. But seen from here, this is exactly what we intend to do, to place this in also in the industrial strategy of Europe. Thanks to Neil, please, from Yodas GmbH.
Thank you very much for letting me ask a question. I've been following some of the discussions going on within the Caracal group regarding looking to try and improve the information on uses of chemicals. And a common theme that's being fed back is the difficulty of communication through supply chains around uses. Strikes me that life cycle assessment also would require an awful lot of communication through the supply chain. I'm just wondering if the experts have any advice or thoughts about how this can be done as life cycle assessments are introduced perhaps in a more general fashion.
Yes, I hope I understood correctly the question, but the idea is that who is performing the life cycle should have already in mind which is the use of that chemical. So for chemicals that have multiple uses, this will be something to discuss, how to maybe design archetypes or identify which are the principal, the main uses of the chemical at stake. If it's more in relation to the communication between users, this of course is going a little bit beyond the framework and more in the great effort that the Commission is already making also with REACH to have a communication business to business more effective in terms of the elements that determine the safety or potentially in future the environmental profile of the chemicals. But I hope I addressed correctly what you were asking.
Thank you very much. Let's go further to hear more from you. Marco from SME United, please.
So thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for the presentations. So just SME United is the European social partner for small, medium-sized enterprises, and this is also where my question is coming from. It's very closely related to the previous question, but I would like to go a bit abroad because basically doing a life cycle assessment or assessing the safe and sustainable by design criteria and so on, that will require a lot of data. I mean, we are quite clear on that, I guess. And the big share of the data will come from activities outside the EU, for example, from non-EU suppliers. And you will have to have this information, but we already see today that in particular, it is very hard or even impossible to collect data from especially large competitors who are abroad. So basically, you are running against the wall in practice. So are you now also looking into how to solve this problem already at this stage, or will there be another stage where you will try to look into solutions, how to solve that? That's going to be a very important aspect for SMEs because they don't have the market power. They cannot just go out there to a large southeastern supplier of chemicals, of articles and say, look, I need this information, because that won't work in practice. So we don't see that can just be left to the market. It won't work. And furthermore, in general, are you already developing kind of a strategy in the background, or even better, concrete instruments, how to support SMEs then later in implementing the safe and sustainable by design? I think that would be quite good if this work would be running also in parallel, also to give a certain reality check, what's possible for SMEs, and then step by step developing also the criteria, which are then more adequate also for SMEs and not just for the larger ones. Because in the end, we are an SME society in the European Union in matters of companies, but I don't need to repeat that, you know that very well.
Yeah.
thank you for, thanks.
Thanks a lot, Marco. As regards your second point, well noted, and you will hear more about the step-by-step approach and how we are going to pilot it later on in the workshop. On the very important question you asked on data collection, also from competitors, Serenella, would that be for you?
Yes, of course, this is partially linked with my answer also before. I mean, there are approaches that may help us modeling potential emissions, so to have also a support in the generation of data. Today, we have a developer of life cycle data that are having a certain coverage, and of course, the application of this kind of framework will require to have much more data. Anyway, on the data related especially to third countries beyond Europe, I would have a word of, let's say, there is a balance to be found between having the very precise data of that specific supplier in that specific country versus the possibility of having a less precise evaluation of the environmental profile of that specific supplier in that specific country, but already a warning from the available data that that specific raw material or that specific element of the supply chain is an element that may generate an hotspot. In the sense that to say, okay, we are not going to do the exercise because data are not available, I think will not be the solution. The solution might be, okay, let's join forces to have most of the data available or the best possible data available, and then what we can learn from the available data in this effort. Because even with the best possible data, there are many considerations that may affect the reliability or of the data that is, I mean, that are changing over time, that maybe there are specific changes in the system where a raw material, for example, is produced. So I think we are more in a phase in which this data will help us doing a sort of hotspot or where issues may arise. But yes, point taken for the data for sure, and also on the strategy and instrument for MSD as an is not something we are presenting now, but for sure something important to reflect upon.
Thank you. Thank you, Serena. We have quite a number of questions still, and we're eating into our coffee break. So I would like to take all questions now together. We take carefully note and answer them together. So Martin Wimmer, please. We don't know yet what your association is, so please, or affiliation, please mention this also, Martin.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I'm from the Austrian Competent Authority for REACH. So this is also the issue that I wanted to ask for. I realized that REACH doesn't play a big role in your concept so far, and I was wondering why. Because I think that some of the issues that have been mentioned by my previous speakers have already been solved to a large extent under REACH. For example, communication with supply chain, and of course the polluter pays principle in terms of who is responsible for data collection and so on. So I would think that REACH would be a very good regulatory frame to implement the SSbD principle for chemicals, and that is my question: what role you actually see for it? And in this context, I have a more general question on commenting, because we have a discussion now also under Caracal, as you already mentioned. On the role of REACH in the SSbD context, and there we have got a deadline for commenting by 25th April. So I was wondering if the Commission could consider to be as generous in terms of giving us more time for commenting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. Both questions well noted. The floor is now for Nella Behrens, and also Nella, for you, we don't know your affiliation yet, so please mention it.
Hello, I'm Nella Behrens. I work for Kraton. I have two questions. Could you kindly, and so thank you first of all for the presentation. And just for clarification, could you elaborate please a bit to understand how the LCA comparisons are to be made when there's as you mentioned, challenges with the data? And the second question was on database. Would there be a database at EU level that the Commission would provide, so that how would such comparisons could be then made?
Mm-hmm.
And if this LCA data is not available to the downstream use, would you then do cradle to gate if cradle to grave is not possible? Thank you for clarification.
Thank you very much, Nella. Very clear questions. Dennis Sariagiannis, please.
Yes, thank you, Peter. And thanks to Sarah and Nella for a great presentation, and to all the whole working group for a great job done. I'm representing PARC here, the Partnership Organization of Chemicals, and indeed I'm leading the work package on that relates to SSbD. So we had a meeting yesterday and we discussed it with the group the day before. We discussed it on on the current documents. We had questions that related to many of the things that were mentioned before, so I'm not going to repeat them. I had actually a key question, I think, and that has to do with the hierarchical nature of the framework, in the sense that you are essentially putting safety first, and then, let's say, the environmental sustainability footprint analysis, more or less. I was wondering whether in this context we are not missing out on an opportunity to optimize industrial design, in this case chemical design, by actually moving towards a more holistic multi-criteria optimization process in the design and therefore the assessment, as opposed to setting this hierarchical, this strict hierarchy where you make sure that something is safe first and then everything else comes later. Because from my experience, and I used to be the JRC running also chemical safety legislation, and I'm a chemical engineer. So from my perspective, there's a number of opportunities where we can really do better if we can see both the environmental footprint, or if you want the ecological footprint, and the safety, and try to optimize the process, as opposed to taking one first and the second, and the other second. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. And last but certainly not least, Michaela Fütsch, please. And Michaela, please also let us know your affiliation. Michaela, we don't hear you yet.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello, this is Michaela speaking. I work for Roche Diagnostics based in Switzerland. Thank you very much for the nice presentations this morning. And we are very much supportive of a safe and sustainable by design development. However, there are some aspects we are concerned about. So talking to our scientists, a lot can be done with the development of new products and new technologies especially. However, elimination of existing or existing products and technologies is sometimes extremely challenging. Also from a sustainability point of view, sometimes questionable even. This is because substances are sometimes in a very complex system working very much together. So we would like to know to what extent will this concept consider a different approach of existing products on the market and new developments. Will this be taken into consideration in a way?
Thank you very much. Also very clear. Colleagues, with your agreement, I would go to the questions one by one, asking all of us to be very precise and short. So Martin Wimmer on REACH, the link with the regulation. Look, there are...
Sorry to interrupt you, but basically all the questions are addressing things that we are going to present in the different section ahead, from the LCA, from the REACH link, and so on and so forth. So I'm not sure to which extent it may... I mean, we took note of all the questions, but I think are really related to things that we have not presented yet, and where probably the answer are already there. Because I think to be... but as you like, it was just to flag to you this, that those are all linked to elements that we are going to present.
Okay, I'm in your hands. We break for coffee now. We meet again at 11:40 sharp. And Serenella, since we are running late, I would ask you, your slides are great. I would ask you to trust our audience that they're all experts and that they can go very quickly and follow you very quickly so that we have enough time for the questions and answers in our next session. So thanks a lot for that. See you again at 11:40.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I hope you had a good short break. Serenella, ready to go? We don't hear you yet.
I'm ready to go. And apologizing for it was a bit blunt before, but it's really just because we may have in the different section that we are going to present simply more time to address properly the questions that has been made. So really that was the idea.
That's very good. So Serenella, how do you propose to do it now? Should we do the whole presentation in one go so that the questions will be based then on yours and Lucian's, or what do you propose now?
No, I think it's better we still remain by blocks because, for example, now in this part there are a couple of links with the questions, and then I mean the idea was to have a question and answer for each part. So I think it's better we go ahead like this.
Very good. 1 o'clock as lunch break is an unnegotiable deadline. So your time slot ends at 12. I hope we can do that so that we have enough time for the structure of the framework.
Yes.
So without further ado, please go.
Yes, Peter, I also take the hints that you gave that, of course, slides that might be somehow self-explained, I can somehow skip. So, because the idea here was to go through the definitions that you can find in the report, but actually are the definitions that are decided in the framework. And here I already addressed a question that was posed in the chat. Why we are building on what is new here, since we are building on existing frameworks. Just a clarification, we did the review to understand what is out there, but in our framework there are many things that are going beyond the framework that are already existing. And so I will not go through specifically these definitions, but just to warn you to give your comments on the definitions we propose for sustainability applied to chemicals and materials, in which this concept of the planetary boundaries is integrated, and also the notion of this safety as integrated in sustainability. Then you will see there are definitions for chemical and materials that as such are not existing in REACH. So these are the proposals for this framework of having this definition working. The concept of the by design, this is quite important, that is by design and redesign of the molecule, the process, that is another question that was posed, why we are not really looking at the redesign of the process or process intensification of process optimization, actually not. We are willing in this framework to have a clear role for this process design or redesign, and also the product design. So what is at the end the final product in which the chemical or the material is embedded. So when we speak about by design, you have to intend also the redesign. So even the same chemical, but with the redesigned process behind. Then there was our own definition of criteria. Also here I will not spend time. It's just basically having the thresholds, the way we formulate the indicators, and then the threshold against which to make the evaluation. So now, the way we translate the sustainability in this framework is that we want safe and environmental sustainable chemicals, chemical production process, raw material and inputs, safe and environmental sustainable when recycled, reused, as well as treated as waste. And this is addressing another question that was in the chat that was, yes, but why we have to include the end of life? Because, for example, there are certain chemicals that are now hampering circular economy interventions because they are posing risk when they are embedded in products that are going to be recycled. And then the chemicals designed to contribute to sustainability. This is another question that was posed, why we are not looking also at the chemicals that are generating benefits beyond the burdens that are creating. This is something we want to address with the framework without any trade-off with the safety though. And actually what we are going to show in the next steps is how we envisage these stairs together, this path together towards the SSbD. What will happen today is probably that we will have a number of inputs that are making the path a little bit different, but please really help us in these, and especially these points you make on maybe dedicated meeting on data or maybe dedicated meeting on planetary boundaries. This will be very valuable for us. So the dimensions we cover relatively easy. We cover the safety just with the idea that it's part of the sustainability, but since there are specific methods and approaches to address that, the framework will have the safety consideration self-standing, and this is what Lucian will present in a few minutes. Then the environmental consideration. The social and economic are not addressed in this report and in our work. That doesn't mean that they are not featuring at all in the sustainability discussion, but they are outside of the scope of addressing mainly safe and environmental sustainable chemicals. Then someone mentions this hierarchical principle. Yes, we have a narrative that has been built for the framework. I'm not going through this narrative now, but basically the idea is we would like to avoid any trade-off between safety consideration and sustainability consideration of different natures, so the environmentally sustainable or the socially and economically sustainable. We understand that this could be complex for new chemicals, could be complex for existing chemicals, but let's say the SSbD is setting an ambition towards the better chemical possible on the market. So this is, I think, something that we have to consider. So the main framework of the the main features of the framework we are going to propose is really a general approach, so that could be applied to any chemical or material, broadly applicable, to increase or ensure compliance with the reference targets for safety and sustainability, and specific details on how we will conduct the safety part or the LCA part will come in the other presentation. Very important to be applied to new chemicals and material, but also to existing ones. We acknowledge that there are a number of chemicals already on the market that could be redesigned or could be used in a different manner, or could have input source in a different manner, and that is something we are really looking at. So one of the reasons why it's important to consider existing chemicals, it's because there are a number of chemicals that are, let's say, the building block of our products, I don't know, from the food provision to fuel provision and whatever, that alone are already representing a high share of the overall, let's say, energy footprint or climate carbon footprint. So it's clear that also having a consideration of what we can do better on this existing chemical is something that the framework cannot neglect, and then go on, if not substituting the substance per se, in identifying which element in the life cycle stages can be improved. This is a slide that already Javier showed you. So as a component of the framework, clearly there is the life cycle starting from the design phase. And I will just now conclude giving you an overview, really super simplified, of how we see the main component of the framework. We see the framework built in two main components. One component, which is the design guiding principles. So all the inputs that we can take from existing design guidance, like for green chemistry, green engineering, sustainable chemistry, and others, that may help while the chemical is designed or redesigned. And this is one component. The second component is the sustainability assessment. So safety, as said before, as one component of this assessment, as an individual component of this assessment, but as an assessment when the design principles has been applied, to arrive to something that could be black or white, so it could be that the material is SSbD or not, or to arrive to levels, and this will be something to discuss, to which degree, to which extent the chemical that is assessed is achieving certain sustainability targets. So I will not spend time to go towards, let's say, the principles that we were distilling as having as input the designing guiding principles that we found in literature or in different proposals. But of course, those for those we welcome your comments as well. And as you see, they are very much related to the chemical properties itself on one end, but also already on process consideration on how to design the process or how to select the feedstock. So I hope I was brief enough, but still it was you were able to follow me. So, and I will ask you if you can really concentrate your question now on the input I provided, so on this dimension, on the hierarchy, and on these components, and then left the questions more on the link to reach or the LCA to the other sections ahead, where we will go in deep there. Thank you. Peter, I hope that we can open the floor for questions.
Oh, thank you very much, Daniela. I was muted, so thanks a lot. You've been brilliantly clear. And I see that Marco from SME United has asked for the floor. Marco, please.
Thanks, and thanks for the presentation. Just for clarification, because I'm a bit confused, but I think you answered it, but I'm not sure if this is right. When you're talking now in the context of this report about sustainability, you're not talking about sustainability as a whole concept, but you're just talking about one of the pillars of sustainability, which is the environmental sustainability. Is this correct? And in that aspect, then safe and sustainable by design would actually mean safe and environmentally sustainable by design. Or are you planning then, or how are you planning then to get in all the other pillars of sustainability, which are actually making sustainability what it is? Thank you.
Peter, can I take it right away? Yeah, let's say that this is just because.
Yes, please.
Yeah, now that of course the sustainability is embracing other dimensions, but the idea here was to have a proposal for the framework starting with safety and environmental sustainability. But as we said, we reviewed also other dimensions, to which extent other dimensions are already comprehensively addressed. But what you will find in the report is how we cover safety consideration that already has socioeconomic implications and the, let's say, environmental sustainability into account. Sorry if it was not clear that.
Yeah, thanks, Lord. This is an important point, indeed, important question, and I would not be surprised if more would like to come in on this point. Daniel Scorbias, please.
Yes, well, exactly, Peter. I'd like to come back in on this point as well. Just trying to call attention to the comment I made in the chat. First of all, congratulations on all the work done. I think we all know how challenging this topic is. So don't let my comment take anything away from that. Lots of hard work already being done, but. Social and economic sustainability is, of course, a hugely, important topic for any viable framework for safe and sustainable by design. So, if it's not in this report, maybe we could, you could shed some light on, what would be the steps to operationalize these elements. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel. Very well noted. Perhaps we listen first to others still. Anne Dirks from CIFIC.
Yes. Good morning, and also from our side, thank you for the work that has been done and the presentation so far. I just have like two small comments. I mean, you mentioned the figure, what is in the report, the figure 9, right? So this simplified scheme. principles to be considered in the design phase, and then the next pillar is then the assessment phase. And then looking at this scheme, we see then the output of that assessment is like chemical materials is either safe and sustainable by design, or it is not. And yeah, this looks really a very binary approach. And so I was wondering how you would then capture all the let's say the aspects underneath, because I guess there are a lot of aspects underneath that would then call for innovation approaches to be taken further on board, and especially in this way of deciding how would you then capture all the uses of those chemicals and the materials. And yeah, that is one of the questions we have. Another question, yes, rightly so, you mentioned the importance of definitions, and we would fully agree to that. It's always very difficult, and lots of words are used at first sight interchangeable where they are not. And this is where I would like also to come back to this hierarchical approach, because you mentioned it's to avoid trade-offs on safety. Yes, okay, I understand what is the objective. But then in further reading, or maybe this is something that you will expand on in the next sessions, but in further reading, it looks like the first screen out criteria is then not a safety criteria, but then looking into the hazards, so the intrinsic ones. So I think we have to be careful really with the wording. Also making sure that you don't screen out too soon without taking into account what are the uses that you actually want to target with that out screening. Thank you.
Okay, very quickly on the these black or white, I was saying, but maybe I was too fast during the presentation of these slides, that an option could be a binary, or could be something that is going towards levels, like that you might have, I don't know, a scoring that is saying that you were able to achieve safe and sustainability by design just to a lesser extent. So this is still open, and it's an area when we will present the evaluation where we really want your input. So I will already take into account that your inputs there. It's more to have, let's say, different ranks or different levels rather than a black or white. And for the second one, I think there are several elements in the presentation of my colleague that will help you understanding what we really had covered by safety. And this screening out, I think it's something that is also related to the interpretation of how to use the framework, in the sense that if the framework is used internally in a company, when you have somehow apply the initial criteria, nothing is impeding you to go ahead and just overcome this screening out that we are proposing. What will be instead important is to understand when you are communicating potentially outside the overall profile, that if you are not sufficiently performing in certain safety criteria, the idea is really to concentrate on the improvement of those first. Okay. I hope I was clear.
Okay, starts to get more clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Leah Hernandez, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. First, congratulations. This really is a tremendous effort. My question had to do more with that the hierarchy scheme, because I'm wondering whether we can take lessons learned from all the nanotechnology projects where we know when SMEs are trying to operationalize SSbD, that the first step is really to look at all the different elements, because in the practice, you only are able to have certain go, no go redesign aspects. So I'm wondering whether you have thought about integrating this into more the innovation process, just like we've done in many of the nanotechnology projects, and also make it more practical, because as you know, decisions, you want to redesign effectively and efficiently. And that you would only do if you have a big, a first overview of where the major hotspots are and not redesign at every step. And I also agree with including the social economical. If you look at our experiences in battery technologies and all the case studies and all the nano case studies right now in Sunshine, we really need to look at criticality. We need to look at aspects that also have social implications and that are easy to take into account because you just have to look for the information. So yeah, I would hope that we can somehow have a framework, as you are proposed in this report, where you're linking it to CLP and REACH, but also one that is transitioning towards a more innovation and really more future-proof, that you're allowed to look at other aspects and also that integration of information so that we can actually redesign and meet the Green Deals, because otherwise I think it would be really difficult in practice to put SSbD. So hopefully this you can take that into account.
Point taken. Thank you for your comments. As I mentioned before, the idea is not that you are you cannot use the entire framework, and actually the idea is that you can apply the framework in all the different components and also see where your hotspots are. And so to have this as a more iterative process towards then addressing these hotspots. This hierarchy is just to say, anyway, if you then score brilliantly for the environmental sustainability, if you are not changing something in the safety component, that will not be traded off, at least as the principles that we were defining. For what concerns the criticality, this is something that can also be partially addressed when we are looking at the overall, let's say, resource efficiency or resource considerations in the, if you were referring to critical raw material, I think you were referring to that, in the part where the different aspects of the life cycle of the chemical are taken into consideration. And for these social and economic, yes, I cannot say anything more. I mean, it's clear that is a component that could be featured in the framework.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ana Moral, please, and please also let us know your affiliation. We don't hear you yet. Perhaps we try with Steffi Friedrichs in the meantime.
Yes, hello. I'm Steffi Friedrichs, a Humanist, a small consultancy based in Brussels, and we are looking after a new initiative for sustainable and micro and nano fabrication, set up here in Europe under a project and now becoming an international network. The more I listen to this, the more it sounds like you're in for something really complicated here, and we've only just scratched the surface, because there is a lot said about the hard criteria that you need to keep in place, and those are the safety criteria that we know are quite often enshrined in law and regulation. And now we're talking about adding to those. So what was until now understood as more soft criteria would now be added to that as also almost hard criteria that need to be reached. So you are adding to. Is this me? Sorry.
No, I think somebody in the background.
Sorry. So I understand what you're dealing with here is an increasing list of criteria that need to be met, and you want to avoid trade-offs, and you already spoke about a scorecard almost. So it sounds like an increasingly more complex factorial plan in which there are relationships between two and multiple things, and I wonder how that is going to be put in place. Are we thinking about some sort of mathematical relationship behind it where we are putting the criteria in correlation with each other and it is clear how they correlate, or are we actually looking at much more a desk-based case study oriented? Every time something lands on the desk of the people who make decisions, they have to rethink it and they have to come up with new approaches. I would find the latter approach rather an outdated one, and I think people would probably be grateful for a little bit more clear relationships between these criteria so that they can be judged better. And last aspect here, this is not the first time we come across this problem. Actually, in most of our work dealing with sustainability and safety in emerging technologies, we have been dealing with this sort of decision tree and multiple, very complex decision tree. I wonder if we could take some sort of graph approach into consideration. So not only seeing the criteria as individual points, and these points and their data values need to be traded against each other, but we are putting more emphasis on looking at the relationships between two data points. I think that is something that the modeling community, when they are looking at modeling new materials and designing those, is also increasingly using.
Thank you very much, Steffi. Serena, I think part of the answer will be later, but
yes, exactly. Part of the answer will be later on the evaluation with respect of the complexity. Yes, I mean there is a number of steps that have to be followed that are more in the domain, let's say, of a desk work, a desk research, and I just want to stress that we are with this exercise relatively at an early stage, and the application with the case studies will help us also to understand which kind of parts can be made more operational or more straightforward. So the idea is not to come up with something that is impossible to be applied, because otherwise will not be a benefit for anyone. So let's consider what we are presenting here, like, okay, the overall concept that we want to embrace and how we see that that could be embraced. Then the reality of having that applied massively, it's something that will require a dedicated reflection, I think, not only inside the Commission, but also with you all again.
Thanks. Yes, and Steffi, your hint to a graphical approach with relation, where we capture relations between data points is well noted. We can come back to that. I see
in the evaluation as well.
I see that Anna is now. We can see you. Maybe we have a second. Hi, Anna.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. So I'm Anna from Corbion, and I'm wondering, from the life cycle perspective, I understand the relevance of including the end of life, but in practice, how do you see chemical intermediate companies where the products can be used in different applications and therefore have all kinds of end of life and use phases? How does it fit within this framework?
Yes, that is something I briefly mentioned before. Of course, for an intermediate, you might have several hundreds of possible uses of that chemical. So the idea could be to define archetype of uses, or to identify which are the uses that are, let's say, the most relevant, but also with an idea that if you are an intermediate and someone else is using you as intermediate, there are the possibility also that this kind of evaluation is done down the chain. So I think that the discussion on the application of the framework at gate level, so you are a producer of intermediates and that is your performance up to that point, it's something that you have to somehow figure out in the overall application. So this is a point we have to take into account, and is valid also for the safety aspect, not only for the LCA.
Thank you. Martin Wimmer from the Austrian Competent Authority.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a brief question for my understanding of the context. It also addresses the terminology. You use the two words chemicals and materials, and I was wondering. I mean, I have a relatively good idea what a chemical is. What do you mean with materials, and in particular, how far down the product chain do you go with this expression? So do you also address products like complex articles in the present discussion or not? Because this for me would make a significant difference in the whole discussion content. Thank you.
Yes, I went quite fast on the definition just because you have them in the report and you can see what we were using, because we try to build on what is in region and CLP. And basically there is not a definition of chemicals, but of substance and mixture. So those two are under our framework considered and chemicals. And that for REACH and CLP, most of the materials can be considered as mixture. So those are the definitions that you will find in the framework. And for these aspects, I think it will be very useful. I mean, if you have more specific questions, like in relation to these articles or to the terminology that is used in REACH, to then have that addressed specifically in the comments. But let's say the line that we took, it was just to build on what is already in regulation.
Thank you, and perhaps Javier could also later on perhaps say a bit more. He mentioned it also briefly in his presentation at the introduction at the beginning on the scope. Last now, and certainly not least, Tini van der Werf.
I'm Tini van der Werf from the Dutch Ministry of Environment. I was very delighted to see that you have the two components, like design phase and sustainability assessment. But I just wondered how you are going to stimulate a safer and sustainable way of designing. Is there any reward, or do people have to show they have followed certain steps? Because the green chemistry principles, for example, are around for a long time already, so people have the information more or less. So what are you going to do on that side? I see a lot of discussions on the assessment side, but the idea would also be to have a new way of working and to work with a new mindset and with new instruments. And if there's no reward or help on that side, I mean, I don't see where the design aspect is in the safe and sustainable design if you don't focus on that more.
Yeah, this is something that we will briefly address in the evaluation, but basically the idea was to have a sort of checklist in which there could be also the possibility of presenting via indicators how the principle has been applied in the design or the redesign. So to have a really checklist that is guiding the steps to be made. And by the way, we were also thinking in the sustainability assessment evaluation, when certain hotspots are arising, to link them with a sort of recommendation. So what you can do, or potentially think again in your design to address that specific hotspot that is coming up. So that will be more for my colleague later, but just in a nutshell, this is the idea. So to have a sort of evaluation process also for the extent to which the design design principle has been followed.
For example, in the process industry, they use the inherently safer design principles, and they have some kind of indices to measure them. You could think about similar ways to have also some criteria on that side. But so far, I have not seen anything on that. But maybe for the future, you will work on that.
Yeah, no, very, very good point on this possible index. For the moment, it was more with the idea of tracing what is done, but that could be for sure a very good hint. Thanks a lot.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Let me join these thanks and to all of you. This is exactly the discussion we were hoping for. and the feedback is starting to get really really rich. So many thanks. We should move now to the next step, and that would be we enter the structure of this step, the framework, with Lucian Farsal and the stepwise approach. I hear many of you saying we should be more holistic and more interactive, and so I'm sure you will also come to these aspects. Meanwhile, Serenella, let me thank you. The compliments you got are well deserved, and I would also like to thank you and the colleagues for this extraordinary work. Lucian.
Hello, also from my side. I hope you can hear me well. Yes, okay, perfect. So, and also I put in the full screen mode. So let's go in this session a bit more into details of this structure of the framework and the stepwise approach that we are proposing for the sustainability assessment. So I will speak about 20 minutes, so then we can still have time before lunch to discuss all this. For those that are following also the report, so I will speak about these sections in the report and the first two steps, while after lunch we will go to the step 3 and 4. Before going to the actual steps, let me just bring the screen somewhere else. Let me present a bit what are these components that we want to capture in the framework, and with the illustration of the life cycle stages that we cover, and then also the subject of the assessment. So this needs to be clear from the beginning. So as a first step, we are looking into intrinsic chemical or material safety. So we look into the hazard properties of the chemicals. So the hazards are evaluated first in order to understand whether the chemical or material safety can be ensured independently of the exposure levels or use. And then the assessment in this case, which is addressing mainly the molecular design of a chemical, addresses the aspects such as human health hazards, environmental hazards, and physical hazards. In a second step, we are looking more into the processing safety. So the assessment in this case addresses occupational safety and health-related aspects, which are relevant to this processing from the raw material extraction, production, and the end of life of chemicals or materials. And we are looking into several aspects such as human health hazards, physical hazards, hazards from release behavior, and other specific process-related hazards. On the third phase, we are looking into more human health environmental impacts from the use. So these steps consider more the application and use-specific exposure of humans and environment. And the assessment covers toxicity-related impacts associated with direct exposure and addresses human toxicity and ecotoxicity. So this is more use from the life cycle. Then, if we go to the last step of this approach, these steps cover other environmental sustainability aspects along the life cycle. So with this assessment addresses the environmental footprint impact categories at a different level of toxicity, climate change, pollution, and resources. And this we will discuss in this session and the next session after lunch. So these are the steps that we are proposing for the assessment and how to be followed. As you can see, there are several steps related with safety, and other steps, the step 4 related with other environmental sustainability, and we also included here as a step 5 the social and economic sustainability, which will not be discussed today. And then, in order to have all these steps, at the end we'll have the overall SSbD assessment result. So for each of these steps, the methodology refers to the SSbD dimensions, the aspects, system address, the indicators and criteria, and include the definition of the aspects indicators to be addressed, the definition of criteria, and an evaluation system. So we'll go one by one to all of this. So if we go to the first step, so this step I already anticipated. This step looks into the intrinsic hazard properties of the chemical or material. And so the hazard is evaluated first independently of exposure levels or use. And this hazard-based criteria as a first step in the framework follows on the idea that a safe and sustainable by design chemical should be inherently safe to use in all kinds of applications, including unforeseen uses in future life cycle. So in this context, the term by design is interpreted and refers to intrinsic properties. And finally, the goal here is to identify most appropriate criteria that can be applied during the molecular design phase or redesign, as was already mentioned before, so design or redesign of a chemical, in order to ensure that those placed on the market are inherently safe as defined by the criteria. So this includes first the identification of relevant aspects in indicators which in regards to these intrinsic properties in order to establish later a hazard-based safety criteria. In general, the methodology for criteria definition follows the specifications and criteria established in CLP and REACH regulations, and also follows the chemical strategy for sustainability. So in the EU chemical legislation, three main categories of hazards are described, and these categories are also considered in the SSbD framework, namely here the human health hazard, the environmental hazards, and the physical hazards. And based on these hazard properties, three main groups of substances are established in accordance also with the chemicals strategy for sustainability. And as you can see also in the right image, here we have most harmful substances, we have substances of concerns, and other hazardous substances. So if we go a bit into details to all these groups that are proposed. So for the first group of most harmful substances, here we include also the group of substances of very high concern as defined by REACH, CMRs, carcinogenicity, mutagenicity, and reproductive toxicity, the category 1, but also the endocrine disruptant, the respiratory sensitization, and the specific target or organ toxicity, category 1, including here the immunotoxicity and the neurotoxicity. And these are the human health hazards. For the environmental hazards, as you can see in the table, we are including here the persistent bioaccumulative and toxic, and the persistent biomobile and toxic, and also the endocrine disruptors relevant to environment. For the second group of substances of concerns, here we included more properties, hazard properties related with chronic effects. And for the human health hazards, here we have the skin sensitization, the CMRs category 2, and also the specific target organ toxicity category 2. While for the environmental hazards, we have those hazards relevant to hazardous to the ozone layers and chronic environmental toxicity. On the third table, on the third group, we have all other hazards that were not covered by the first two groups. And then here we have mainly for both human health and the environment, we have the acute toxicity hazards, but also all the physical hazards. As you can see in the table, these groups of hazards will also correspond to one criteria. So we have here three criteria, S1, S2, and S3. Of course, this table also can be seen as what kind of information will be needed in order to fulfill this step. So we also presented here like aspects in the indicator checklist. And then we can also go into details and see where this information can come from. So on the criteria definition, so based on the properties that you have seen, 3 main criteria were defined, and the workflow was developed, and I will present in the next slide. So these criteria are currently seen as hierarchic, so they need to be assessed one after the other, and the upper criterion will be only assessed if the previous one has been passed. And these criteria include aspects that need to be investigated in order to conclude on the hazard properties before assessing the other sustainability dimensions of the chemical evaluated. Of course, further sub-criteria can be developed from here. So whether we can consider separated hazard properties relevant to human health and the environment, to score differently or weight differently different aspects included in this criteria. Eventually, we can also consider the methodology type that is applied for the hazard assessment, for example, using the new approach methodologies versus in vivo testing. And then with this criteria, we also aim to align with the overall objectives of the EU chemical strategy for sustainability, naming here that ensuring that the products do not contain most harmful substances, ensure that these are also prioritized for substitution, and substitute as far as possible the substances of concern. The final slide on the step 1 concerns the evaluation system. So following the assessment, the proposal is to have several levels and scoring system of the safety, and based on this fulfillment of the criteria. And we included here also a cutoff criteria, which in this context means that a chemical or material with such hazard properties of that criteria will not be considered SSbD, regardless of the results of the other safety and sustainability assessment performed. And then the other levels, as you can see in these bullet points, from not SSbD to level 1 and level 2. And then level 3 chemicals, for example, will be those that pass all the hazard properties criteria of these steps. Okay. Anyway, with this, I think I concluded on the step 1, and we'll have time after I will present the step 2. We'll have time to discuss and to perhaps go into details. Okay, let me. So the step 2, as already mentioned, the hazards and risks related with the thing of chemical and material are assessed. So the subject of the assessment are the input substances, not the chemical itself that is produced, but the input substances and the other specific process-related hazards applied during the processing, extracting, manufacturing, recycling, and so on. And this goal is also to assess whether these processing steps could result in adverse effects to workers. And here we are addressing especially the process design phase of a chemical or material. So in this step, the assessment addresses the occupational safety and health aspects, such as acute human health hazards, chronic human health hazards, physical hazards, hazards from release behavior, and process-related hazards. While based on these indicators for each aspect, several groups were defined that correspond to different levels, from very high risk process to a negligible risk. And similarly, as for the step 1, we prepared a checklist or a table with different properties that are included in all these groups. And in this slide, I only put the examples of properties for the very high risk process, and the rest are in the. You can see the details in the report in the table 5 for the others. And here we have, for example, the acute toxicity category ones for the acute human health hazards. For the chronic human health hazards, we propose to keep the same criteria as for the step 1. So the substances, for example, that are used as input substances in the process to be assessed similarly as for the step 1. Then we have a range of physical hazards from explosive, flammables, and so on. Then more hazards from release behavior, such as gases, liquid with a high vapor pressure or dust generating solids, but also more specific process related, which needs to be assessed. For example, the open processing, the possibility to have a direct skin contact or open design of the process. So this is also represent the information that needs to be collected in order to fulfill this step. Finally, from these aspects and indicators, a set of occupational safety and health criteria are defined. And for the evaluation, currently we have each aspect will be assessed separately and will receive a score from, currently it's from 0 to 4. That will be included in the final score of the step. So to have at the end a process safety level that can be assigned to the chemical, as you can see in the table and also in the right image. And finally, this assessment will give additional information on the safety of several processes during the chemical life cycle, and then it will also contribute to the overall sustainability assessment score. And with this, I'm concluding us on the step 2, and just checking the time. We have half an hour for the discussions, which is, I think, very good.
Thank you very much, Lucian. I'm sure there will be questions and comments, so let's open the floor.
You are muted.
I could hear.
You could hear?
Yeah.
I can try again.
No, I could hear you.
Martin, please.
Thank you very much, Lucian, for this presentation, which brings me back to the question of alignment with existing regulation. I'm just wondering how you envisage that these data are identified. What will be I would say the raw data on the toxicity and ecotoxicity aspects that you have mentioned, and more particularly, how do you intend to use the existing CLP classifications for this process, which I personally would very strongly recommend, in fact. And secondly, also, who would be the addressee to provide these data in your, if you think about a more regulatory context? Thank you.
Okay. So let me start with the second part, CLP. Indeed, I mean, what we propose is to use fully the CLP criteria for this. So we will not propose additional for the categories and for the hazard categories and so on. So this is what we want to achieve. So to use the CLP criteria fully. Then for the data, I mean, of course, during the case studies, we'll have this exercise. But then, of course, the first idea is to use first some existing data from the existing databases with, for example, the REACH database and other regulatory databases. So we need to extract the data from there as much as possible, and what we can use for this assessment. When it's not available or we want to challenge the data that is there, we can add on top additional data. But I think we will learn on the data needs, data availability, and data gaps. I guess we'll learn a lot during the case study exercise which we will take over from here. So, but yeah.
Thank you, Lucian.
Yeah.
Yeah, Neil Hunt, please. Neil.
Hi, Lucian. Thanks for the interesting presentation. Probably following on from what Martin said about the slight divergence away from the REACH approach, where you have quantitative values of hazard and exposure. So you can either say risk is controlled or it's not controlled. So you've almost got a binary decision, whereas you here have 5 levels. Is this because you envisage for a new substance that perhaps doesn't have the data, you're going to have to do more of a qualitative assessment rather than a quantitative assessment, which you can do within REACH?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I understand the question, but what
so
we
I was just saying that within REACH, you say when you do a risk assessment, your conclusion is either the risk is controlled or it's not controlled. It's the yes, no. Whereas here you have 5 levels, but you can make a yes, no decision under REACH because you have numerical values for hazard, and you can have numerical values for exposure. Whereas in this situation, you're probably going to have to make a qualitative assessment based on maybe QSAR and predictive models for both hazard and exposure. So is that why we appear to be having 5 levels instead of 2, because of this slightly sort of less data-rich environment?
Yeah, I'm not sure to which 5 levels are you discussing, but indeed for the step 1, for example, what we envisage is to from the risk assessment part. Here we are doing the risk. We are targeting only the hazard assessment, so the hazard characterization, and that data will be needed, right? For the we are not looking into any exposure assessment, at least on in the step 1.
I was referring to the safety risks, so the step 2.
Okay, so the occupational one.
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps I didn't really understood the full question, but maybe my colleagues want to complete or something.
Why don't we just come back to this? Sometimes it just takes time to digest the question. Neil, well noted, and I'm sure colleagues come back before our lunch break. So Leah, please.
Hi, thank you again. This is Leah from the Dutch RIVM, the National Institute for Public Health and the Environment. Hi, Lucian, how are you? My question has to do with the choice of the hazard. I know I really support I understand why the REACH CLP is used, but we all know that it's also very limiting, that not all compounds or chemicals have a harmonized classification system. So this limits the approach. So I'm wondering whether you, in a side-by-side approach, also consider new approaches to determine the hazard, but also we want a future-proof system. We know that for nano and advanced materials, we don't have harmonized classification system. So I think I'm wondering whether we could consider also, like I said, one system that deals with the current situation and with the current regulation and with the current information, and one that is more open and flexible and adaptive and agile, that allows us to use the NAMs, the QSARs, all the development and research, and also that allows us to really bridge that information of academia in terms of hazard assessment and predictive toxicology, so that we can always keep up with innovation. So I'm wondering whether that is considered here as that this is our first step in this transition, but that at the same time we have another system that's adaptive and really takes into account all the advances in predictive toxicology, because I see that these new approaches, I just don't see how CLP is going to keep us, allows us to meet the Green Deal goals, because it's really limited. But yeah, that's my question.
No, I think it's a very good point, and perhaps it's a a quite complex discussion on this, and maybe it's not the scope of this this session. But indeed, I mean, on the safety assessment strategy, I mean, of course, we will use first. We'll see what kind of data availability is, but this doesn't limit us to not consider all kind of strategies in producing that data. But that's not the, let's say, we are not drafting here how the data is produced and in which context, but we are trying to use available data from all these methods. So indeed, the data availability is quite complex.
But REACH is also based on old toxicity systems, and we know there's huge developments in toxicology. So maybe it'd be nice to include those as well, so that we can, like I said, bridge the information, the network between the information derived in research in toxicology and also in new materials, and bridge them together so we can move towards a more future-proof system that is agile and that really can allows us to meet these Green Deal goals and the chemical strategy for sustainability. But thank you for us answering
also
my
for
question.
in the context also REACH, but these new approach methodologies are supported to be used in this context, so that are not excluded for sure, and but encouraged to be used in the regulatory context.
Yeah, they're supported, but they're not decision. You make decisions still with the traditional systems that you have both in vitro. And you also keep in mind that in the low tonnage, as in many of the nanomaterials, you also have that really minimal data that is really difficult to derive CLP. But this is probably for another, I'll leave the floor for somebody else or another discussion. I just wanted to make that point, to really link that to new systems. Thank you very much.
Very good taken. Thank you.
Let me add from my side, this is greatly appreciated. If you challenge also our ambition and point us to some gaps, this is exactly what we wanted. And Leah, I cannot help commenting your nice background, the peace dove. Thanks for having put that. So Renate Kretke, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you for all the information given so far, and my comment is a little bit in line what was just said by Leah. And first, I wanted to comment that now in the approach you described here, this is a kind of paradigm vector, because now we have the risk assessment approaches, and also under REACH, where we are addressing the different exposure scenarios. And if you are now developing a new system, a new approach, which is mainly based on hazard assessment, I think this needs to be carefully thought what consequences this will bring with. And again, I can only support that we already now in our work, we are already dealing with problems in hazard assessment, as we have under the CLP inventory quite often the situation that we have for one substance different hazards, which were identified there by different consortia based on sometimes different toxicological data or toxicological studies, but sometimes on the same, and then they are related to different interpretation of data. So I think it should be kept in mind that the problem with the data and the reliability of the data and the question of harmonized data is not a small question, but this is a challenging point of all this approach here. And I also wanted to support that existing REACH or other legislation should be taken into account, and probably it could be learned what is good in the existing and helpful in the existing legislation, and to have a closer look on that. And I'm also, perhaps I didn't understood quite correctly, but the question of safe design. I'm a little bit questioning myself. Safe design of chemicals for me would mean that these would rely to new chemicals, but mainly we are working on existing chemicals. So my question would be if we are going through this hazard-based process and at the end we come out with some concerns. What is the consequence? What are the consequences for this chemical? Does this mean there should be a replacement, a substitution? And then we are focused with and faced with the question how to decide on substitutes, for which we usually have less data than we have for the original chemicals. So I think this is probably also something I'm quite reluctant to see what case studies on that could bring in clarification on that. But these are the aspects I see here for the moment. So more comments than questions perhaps, but thank you.
I also thank you very much for the comments and well taken. Yeah, I mean, of course, if we go into again to this data availability and data quality, that's a very complex, and it's for sure is not only for this this project, but for yeah, all the aspects related with the hazards and beyond that, right? And then related with other, if we go into what was mentioned on the exposure and so on, perhaps we'll also clarify a bit more on the step 3 where we consider that. Then we'll see. I mean, the hope is also that we'll learn a lot during the case studies on many of these angles, and not only the safety part, which we cover with all these steps, different angles of the safety, but also to the other sustainability assessment. And we'll also learn a bit on the stages, on the design or redesign, whether a chemical it will have certain hazard properties, and maybe a decision needs to be taken in order to have it at a let's say a safer level and so on. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Lucian. Henrik Edin, please, and please let us know from which NGO you are.
Thank you. I'm from ChemSec. And I just have, first of all, I would like to thank you so much for your impressive work on this topic. And I have, with much interest, read the framework proposal. My question is about the cutoff criterion, which I think is very good that it's included. And as it stands now, the category 2 substances could be categorized as safe and sustainable by design. And I wonder, for most people, if carcinogenic chemicals would be defined as safe and sustainable, it would seem a bit absurd. So I wonder why, and if it would not be possible to move up the cutoff criterion to also include chemicals within the criterion S2. So I would like to hear you elaborate a little bit on what your thoughts have been about that. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much, Henrik. Indeed, I mean, this is still under discussion. So any suggestions during this consultation phase would be more than welcome. So as we say, this is the first draft, and then this we try to align a bit with other initiatives when we put together these groups, and we put it indeed the CMRs category to this suspected to be CMRs into the second group of substances of concern. Then so this can be discussed and exactly on the reasoning and how we can put this cutoff criteria at a different level. However, you mentioned that so while a substance will not pass this cutoff criteria, so how we see it now, while a substance or chemical will not pass this cutoff criteria will not be considered SSbD. But this doesn't mean the others will be SSbD, but will have a different levels of SSbD. So, for example, those from this that will have these properties, which are now in the second group of substances for concerns, will have a really a low score or a low level of the SSbD, which will be reflected on the final SSbD score. So and then of course we discussed this before. What if we are going towards a black and white? Probably not, or we'll go to different levels of SSbD, and that will be a low level of safety of hazard will be reflected fully in the overall score. But really good point, and we know that we need a bit more refinement on this. But thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Lucian, and I hear from your side also quite some openness to reconsider. Alain Has, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm from FEA, the European Aerosol Federation, so aerosol dispenser. I have some issue with your table 5, with the different, certainly related to the physical properties and the hazard for release behavior. And also the related scoring that you propose. Because the way it is presented, it seems that using an aerosol is as dangerous, hazardous that using explosive, which somehow make no sense across the different columns. And also within the columns, you mix, you put all the gases, for example, in the same category, or the aerosol with the gases. Then we compare for the release behavior, a product which is an aerosol dispenser, so that will probably be 400 grams with a tank of 3 tons. If that makes sense, as the release behavior will be totally different. So I have some difficulty to see your products in the same category that all the gases. And where I see also the problem is as you put all the gases in one box, that means you want to improve your release behavior, the only choice that you have is to use no gases.
Yeah. No,
the same for the aerosols.
Yeah, we go to very detailed, and I really appreciate this. And of course, this is the first proposal and the first draft of the table, which can be refined and can be adapted further. So if you have for example, a concrete kind of proposal, will be more than welcome to taking on board and discuss and evaluate further. Indeed, this table was generated using different sources, and of course, there is a room for improvement in the table, and see behind it in order to arrive to a final and a good solution. But thank you very much, and we're waiting for your contribution to this.
Thank you. I have also a problem with the scoring, because finally you put 0 for finally comparing physical hazard and chronic human health hazard. There should be maybe a weight between the type of hazard, because you cannot say that the same weight. And certainly when you improve in the final scoring, if you make an effort to slightly decrease flammability of a liquid, for example, you have the same benefit that shifting from a chronic to something not chronic. So there is a problem of weighting of.
Yeah, at the moment, the first version of the table indeed gives the same weight to everything, but this will be changed, and during the case studies, we need to refine to understand exactly how to weight different of these 5 aspects, which weight to give to all of them. Indeed, you are totally right. So
okay, thank you very much.
Very good, thank you.
One remark also is how you will deal with the new hazard categories, because we know that at UNGHS we have already implemented the chemicals under pressure, under the physical hazards. That's a category which do not appear. And also more generically, when the endocrine disruptors will come and so on, or you will include that in the system.
Yeah.
That's to be foreseen for you for the time being. That's a really
Yeah.
question.
Any updates to this will be taken in consideration already in the tables of hazards for the step 1. We included endocrine disruptor. We anticipated a bit there what will be also in the CLP later. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have 2 more interventions here from Marco from SME United, and then Ilaria Finazzi. Marco, please.
So thanks a lot. Thanks for the presentation. And I have 2 questions, one to step 1 and the other one to step 2. Step 1, I assume that certain classifications will be harmonized, but probably quite a big chunk of the classifications will be self-classifications. So how do you ensure that the correct entry is picked? Because if you look at the classification and labeling inventory, for one substance, you have lots of classifications. And considering that the consequences can be very severe, I mean, not being or being safe and sustainable by design, this is very critical, which entry to pick from the classification and labeling inventory, or on which entry the decision is based on. Because in the end, that can be a mistake why a certain classification is there more severe in the inventory, but it could be also abused by competitors of who are using a different substance, but then make a notification with a more severe classification than is usual. How do you ensure that? Will you start checking the classification and labeling inventory more intensively, or how does that work? And then the second one, that's a bit more general. I have somehow the impression that we are building a parallel OSH system, and we have the existing regulatory framework in place for assessing chemical safety at workplace. How will you ensure that this is consistent in matter of quality? Because considering that we're talking about a directive, we have different varieties of national implementations and so on. That's quite challenging. I at least that would be my first reaction. So here my question: how do you ensure consistency with the existing OSH regulatory framework in whatever comes out in your assessment under step 2? That's it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, also for the step, just to start with the step 2. I mean, indeed, as we discussed before with a previous question. I mean, of course, this needs to be, as for the step 1, needs to be aligned with existing regulatory framework. So cannot go beyond that, but or to have something additional. But indeed, needs to be aligned with that. Yeah, I cannot go now into details to understand all the specifications of that, but any suggestions and any directions to take will be more than welcome. Then on the classifications, of course, here I think examples will be in order to understand all the directions and understand when these different classifications appear, and these examples will be needed, and we need to see to run this all the steps through case studies. Otherwise, we'll not be able to understand all the challenges we'll have during this. But yeah.
I think that's a systematic problem of the classification and labeling inventory. Yeah, you just open the inventory and you pick 5 substances, and you will have 3 which deviate.
Yes, and indeed, I mean, of course, as for the other issues, this is not only an issue for this system, but it's sometimes it's a general issue, and we like to use, of course, information from other systems in place or other, yeah. But we'll see how we go ahead, and as I said, we'll learn more from the case studies and come with more additional, and then also the criteria, because this is also the the aim of the case studies, to go a bit more into details into this criteria definition. So.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Ilaria, please. Ilaria Finazzi.
Thank you. I have a question related to mixtures versus substances, in the sense that for what concerns the safe criteria, I can imagine that it refers to the classification of the mixture itself. For what concerns step 2, I would like to better understand, if possible, if the score related to the safety at work, so about the process, is related to the production of the chemical itself. So let's think about a paint. So is this score related to how safe it's the process for producing the paint, or it should be considered also the process of producing all the ingredient substances, so all the raw materials that then will be used for producing the paint. So is this score about occupational safety specifically related to the specific part in the supply chain, or it should consider also all the previous step in the supply chain? Thank you.
I think we'll for the second question. Sorry, I was discussing with with the colleague. So I guess this will be also covered by the third and the third step, right? So we'll hear more from that. From it was the first question that I.
It was if
the mixtures.
Yeah,
okay, the mixtures.
classification
Yeah.
of the mixture. Yeah.
Indeed, very good question, and probably will not be able to answer today to that, but because also in the report we mentioned briefly that, but first we like to have first a good system for substances before we go to tackle a bit this subject of the mixtures, but it's under it is under consideration, and we need to discuss it. But we might not have an answer now. But
okay, thank you, Lucian. I see we cannot take this much further at this point in time. Thank you all. I tried to draw some intermediary conclusions from this morning before we meet again under Jürgen Tieter's chairmanship at 2 o'clock. First of all, I heard many of you saying and recognizing the rich work and the complexity behind, acknowledging that. Second, I hear my colleagues also from the Joint Research Center saying we are still at an early stage, so there is a lot of openness, and the draft you have is only the beginning, but we have a very clear deadline and ambition to have the framework with the first criteria for some pilot groups ready by the end of the year. So then what I take from your comments is, in several respects, a very good challenge to us whether we have the level of ambition right. And I think here in particular of the comments regarding the recovery of dimension, socio and economic dimension, the incentives we give for design, the way we will come to a decision, is it safe and sustainable or not, from a more hierarchical to a more holistic model. This is very well noted and very much welcome. Yes, I also note quite a number of questions which are around data availability, and possible data gaps, which is an issue we are struggling with, but we have ways of dealing with it as well, and the important role of SMEs. The last point, which in my view was also very clear, that the relation between this initiative and the regulatory framework, be it REACH, be it the Sustainable Product Initiative, be it industrial policy, is not yet sufficiently clear, and this needs to be clearer, and I'm confident that it will be much clearer as we move forward. So these are the key points I wanted to mention as a first takeaway from this morning. I also wanted to thank you for the rich chat and the discussion there, which will all be carefully noted. Neil, you asked an important question about step 2 and the possible, also relation with link, and my colleagues have answered. I also wanted to thank our colleague from the Environmental Agency, Xenia Trier, who has been very active in the chat and also making some valid suggestions and comments here. Thank you for that. So all the chat is well noted and also welcome in addition to your comments here in the meeting. Thanks a lot. Let's have a good short break, and we start at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you. See you soon.
Jürgen, are you speaking?
Not yet. Hello.
Okay, good. I was just wondering if you...
But we are here now in the public session. I'm waiting for 2 minutes. And then the idea is that we all resume the discussions on time, sharp at 2 p.m. So I hope other colleagues will also start connecting now.
We are there.
Can I test my mic? Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, Carla. Good to hear your voice.
Thanks.
Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon to everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes, we can.
So I hope you all had a good lunch break. Maybe I briefly introduce myself. So my name is Jürgen Tietje. I'm the head of the Industrial Transformation Unit here in DG Research Innovation. And I'm very happy to take over from Peter Döll, who is chairing this morning. So this morning, we had a very rich discussion. I do not want to repeat the interim conclusions Peter Döll was already making. This will be more for my concluding remarks. This afternoon, we have now 3 sessions with the colleagues from the Joint Research Center. And I see already the face of Carla Caldera. Good to see you. I think you will kick off the discussions this afternoon first with continuing the stepwise approach. We will have then a session on evaluation procedure, and we will conclude this with a point on future case studies. This is the program for this afternoon, and I suggest we continue like in the morning. If you would like to make comments in the chat box or even pose questions in the chat box, do it. My intention is to give the floor to those participants who raise their hand, and you have here a function, raising the hand, to give them the floor to those colleagues. So without further ado, since we want to finish by 4 p.m., I'm happy to hand over to Carla Caldera, who is coming from the Land Resources Unit in the Joint Research Center. And Carla, you will introduce the next, the second half of the stepwise approach in section 4. So over to you. I am sure you have will present some slides. So over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jürgen. So I'm now sharing my screen. I hope everyone can see. Okay. So welcome everyone again. It was very nice the discussion we had this morning, and we really hope to have more of your very precious input. So continue developing this work. I should remind that this is a work in progress, and so there's a lot of space to improvement and to get your feedbacks in. So okay, so I will present now the next 2 steps that
framework. And so up to now, we have listened to step 1, which is looking at the other properties of the chemical. And in step 2, there would be the related to the safety of the process to produce that chemical or material. And now in this step, we will consider the exposure of that chemical. So it's mainly focused on the use phase. And so in here, we would like to consider the impacts due to the application, use specific exposure, because even if for chemicals that have passed the previous criteria, we consider important to have the exposure of users and consumers in certain applications. And therefore, now we consider that the SSbD assessment would require a risk perspective beyond generic hard criteria, considering the contact between the chemical and the receptor, in this case, humans or other organisms. You can see here in this figure that the use stage of the life cycle is filled, so it's mainly focused on this stage of the life cycle. And so this is because the same material, chemical material, can be used in different functions depending on the application, which may imply different use stage exposure settings and related risks to humans in the environment. For example, certain phthalates can be used as a plastic material applications or in cosmetic applications with different functions. And this, of course, will generate very different exposure situations and implications into the risk assessment. And so what we consider to in this step is to use state-of-the-art science in human and ecosystem exposure assessment to account for the potential risks posed by the chemical material being considered. In this case, for human health, we would consider intake fractions from emissions of the process and the product intake fractions from the chemical material in product applications as exposure metrics combined with effect factors. And for ecotoxicity, we would consider to have cumulative transfer fractions of the chemical into the environment combined with species sensitivity distribution-based effect factors. And the definition of the criteria, we could define a benchmark dose approach in which you can define reference doses that could be widely accepted as safe levels, and then would be compared with the actual exposure level when you are using or applying the chemical. And the chemical under assessment would be, let's say, classified or SSbD would be below the reference, the safe levels. So here you can see an example that we could eventually create classes in which if it's below the safe level, it will be considered already as passing the criteria. But we can also disaggregate this passing of the criteria in order to having a score that would allow to rank the chemicals, right? This could be done either for those that perform very, very well or those that perform very, very bad. So we could somehow distinguish as well, not staying at what was said in the beginning in this black or white, right? So we don't want this kind of decision. And in this case, similar to what was presented before, we kind of envisioned this workflow diagram in which you check one criteria, check the other. But in this case, it's not that we will check one and then if it passes, we check the other. We would check simultaneously both, but then we could define as well a level that would reflect if the chemical passes both criteria or just one or none. So this would also be used later on in the evaluation. And so, as I said here, in this case, since we have two criteria being considered, we have three levels, no? The 0 one, in which that's compliant with no criteria, 1 if it's complied with one, and 2 if it's complied with both. And this would be the summary of what we envision as this step 3. Now I would go on and go to step 4. So step 4 it's the step in which we include the entire life cycle assessment, the entire life cycle, using what has been already referred, a life cycle assessment. So in the Safe and Sustainable by Design, we have been having this discussion on what would be for us this environmental sustainability, no? And we agreed that between us that would be in line with this absolute sustainability. So referring the ability to conserve natural resources and protect ecosystems within the limits of our planet, right? So, and in the different policy objectives, we would like to have that this environmental sustainability will respond to several of the ambitions of the European Green Deal, such as the toxic-free environment, the climate-neutral economy, as well the use of the efficient use of resources, and of course the reduction of biodiversity loss by conserving the ecosystem functioning and addressing main drivers of biodiversity and functional diversity. So it like climate change and land use. And so another point that we consider also important that is mentioned in the Circular Economy Action Plan is the need for the EU to accelerate the transition towards a regenerative growth model that gives back to the planet more than it takes. So this can be seen in several actions related also to, for example, agriculture. And then in our case, we would consider important to stress the capacity of a chemical or a material to generate environmental benefits at the system level when applied to a specific context. And this can be, for example, a chemical that is designed to reduce environmental pressure, like taking care of wastewater treatments, or for example, if you would develop a new material to be used in a car that will make the car lighter, so there's going to be a saving in consumption of fuel. So this kind of more systemic views of the benefits that can be brought by using a chemical or a material. And this we envisage to be captured using the life cycle assessment. So I guess this life cycle assessment is familiar to a lot of you. And in this case, as was also raised this question in the chat, what would be the difference, for example, of toxicity being considered under step 3 and under step 4? So the difference is that there is not this direct exposure. Instead is what it's called like indirect impacts, because it will take into account the distribution of the chemicals. First, it will take into account all the chemicals that are being produced along the life cycle, emitted, right? And then the distribution via the environment. So via air, soil, or water. And then this will have the impacts in human health and ecosystems. So it's a slightly different approach than what the step 3 will consider. That's why we included these two dimensions here. And so this would be what we consider to use in this step. That, as already my colleague mentioned, it has these different steps. And of course, that one can argue that there's a lot of flexibility to conduct LCA studies, but there is a lot of guidance already out there. So actually, there is the product environmental footprint that provides a lot of guidance on specific modeling issues. And then, of course, that in the context of the chemicals, this could be further developed, and so this is also something that should be based for discussion as well. And in this case, what we will consider to use is, at least for immediately, no, it can be used the environmental footprint impact assessment method. And in this case, this method that was being recommended by the European Commission, so there was a recommendation coming out in December, that recommends the use of these methods to measure the life cycle environmental performance of products. It's also being discussed under the green claims to be used as a reference method. So it makes all the sense that all these things are harmonized. And in this case, as you can see in this flow, in this figure, there's several impact categories. so they are 16 in the end, they will contribute to the different policy objectives. Of course, that we should not be limited to this, because other environmental impact categories may be also important to be considered, and so this should be taken into account. And in particular, methods that assess impacts on biodiversity, because the PEF doesn't have actually now a specific impact category for this, although it considers the main drivers for biodiversity loss, like climate change and land use, and also the toxicity categories. And so this can also be explored to include other methods being currently underdeveloped. And so having these indicators in mind, we would need to then define the criteria. So, and this is also not an easy task. So for each impact category, we would foresee that the criteria should be defined as a reduction of X%, no, relatively to a reference value. So we need to decide what is this X and what is going to be the reference value. So as it was mentioned, the ambition of the Safe and Sustainable by Design is to move towards this absolute sustainability, ensuring that chemicals and materials are produced without exceeding acceptable boundaries. And this, as was already also mentioned, implies the integration of ecosystem carrying capacities. And this has been recent, there's a body of research that is being recently published that advocates for this and integrate in the LCA this aspect as well. So this is what we propose to also consider in this work. And here in this figure, you can see from the work of my colleague, there is this connection or linking that you can see between the impact categories that you see in the y-axis and then the planetary boundaries. There are some impact categories that are more directly related and some ones less, but just to show an overview of how the two fields relate and can be related. And here in this case, that it was calculated the planetary boundary by per capita. So we can then also compare this with current consumption status of the EU or the world. And so, of course, that this is very, very challenging to define what is exactly this target, no? Because we can go from different layers. So we can assess the chemical properties or the life cycle and multi-impact categories. Also, we need to take into account global production volumes and also the global impacts, right? So this, of course, that we need to define. It's also important to have in mind that it's very important the spatial scale for the case of chemicals and materials, because they are very often not a planetary scale problem. So instead, we would need to define targets at the local or regional level. So this is also very challenging from the methodological point of view. But as I said, as we see this work as a first step to design a bit what will be research or where we would like to go in the future with this SSbD. And so we, as I have been saying, no, to define this target, to define as a science-based target, as it has been done, for example, in the IPCC, we would need to see, okay, what is the current status? What is the magnitude of the problem, right? Or what we foresee as well, it's going to be getting worse, or how it's going to happen that. And then we will need, on the other hand, to build a consensus on the acceptable level of the impact that we can tolerate. And ideally, this difference would provide us this X that we are looking for, no? So how my chemical and material should be better than that reference. Of course, that these kind of studies are not there yet. So we will need to, in this short term come up with some pragmatic approaches or more immediate, but it's important to have in mind this long-term vision, because it's where to drive research and innovation. That is actually the purpose of also this work, right? So we can also adopt proposed targets that are now currently in policies, for example, 50% reduction of CO2 emissions, or even carbon neutral to be defined as a criteria for climate change in our framework. So my chemical material should be carbon neutral, if this is the ambition of the EU policies. More pragmatic approaches exist, as work published by my colleagues that show that the current level of impacts are 10 times higher than the acceptable limits, in this case for climate change. And so we can also, from these insights, we can also discuss what would be the possible approach here. So this factor 10 has been also referenced since long time as a means to society to achieve sustainability. And also states that over the next 20, 30, 50 years, a decrease in energy use and material flow by a factor of 10 and increase in resource productivity or efficiency by a factor of 10 is required to achieve this dematerialization. And so this related to the target. Then we have the issue of the reference. So the reference that we see as at the state of art of the intended use. And so in this case, we could opt by having a representative chemical or material within the class that I'm analyzing, no? But this may raise several issues in terms of granularity of the chemical class to be addressed. And then also when alternatives are proposed to do the same function, but they are belonging to different classes, no? Of course, that we should capitalize on existing rankings for example, solvents, and we can expand and further develop these lists and not go in this issue of cherry picking what is the worst one. So then it's easier to say, oh, mine is better. So this is all the things that need to be considered. Alternatively, which is already what is being done in alternatives assessment, is that we see, okay, this chemical is being developed to replace this one, and so, or different alternatives, no? And so this becomes my comparison terms. Of course, that criteria may result from collecting evidence of a significantly better environment performance of the alternative. Because we don't want to be just better than the alternative, because maybe the alternative is not so good, right? So we need really to be between the best in classes of my chemical or my material. And so similarly to what was presented to the previous step, here we could also create, once we define this target, if my chemical material is below this target, it's performing better, so then I will have a better score. If not, I will have a worse score, and this will allow us, again, disaggregating the classes and having a ranking that could be allowed to distinguish between the different performances. And we have put together this, we try to aggregate the impact categories into these 4 clusters, like toxicity, climate change, pollution, resources, which is not so crystal clear, right? Because, for example, particle matter can also influence human health. So, but this just to facilitate, let's say, a bit the analysis or the mapping with the policy objectives. And this would be an example of a summary table with the evaluation of this step. So it's important to note that this is just to illustrate how it could function, and then in practice there's several challenges to be addressed, namely how to consider the uncertainty of the assessment, and also, as was mentioned very often here, it's a big concern, the data availability, right? So this is also something that we will further talk about in the evaluation, but just to tell you that this is also concerns that we have. And here it summarizes, similar to the previous steps, what would be the result of this analysis, right? So this, as I said, this is not a hierarchy, so we will conduct all the impact categories, and then we would see what is the level that we obtain. So LCA level 0, it would mean that my chemical didn't pass any of these criteria. On the other way around, if it's scored 5, then it will be that it's complying with all the criteria. So this would be a summary of the outcome of the analysis that we were envisioning. So now we have some time for some Q&A.
Yeah, Carla, many thanks for this presentation. We have actually a good half an hour where we are happy to get questions. I saw already questions in the chat box which have partially been answered. So for those who want to take the floor and ask a specific question now, please now show it by raising your hands. That would be good. We have a function here in WebEx. Anybody who wants to come in. We have now half an hour, so we have really time because this is a very important part of the work. Anybody who wants to come in? I don't see anybody coming in so far.
Yes, Jürgen, we have, I think Michaela was the first one on.
Thank you, Javier, for helping. Michaela Fütsch, please. You can just indicate from which organization you are and then go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michaela Fütsch. I'm working for Roche Diagnostics. Thank you. Thank you for the nice presentation. I have a question for clarification, if I understood correctly. So I saw this has two aspects. So the first aspect is like a use exposure assessment, and the second one is then the LCA. So I'm wondering if this use exposure assessment is aligned with the exposure scenarios, which we are also doing under REACH under the chemical safety report and assessment. Is this similar? Just of course, like the scoring then would be different and a new aspect, I understood. But otherwise, would like the approach be similar and aligned? That would be one question. And then the second is like the new aspect for the life cycle assessments. So there, I understood this will take place on a substance and mixture level. Correct. And then here we see it would be extremely important to have clear guidelines and sources of data so that also the results can be compared.
Okay.
Carla, I see now several questions coming up. Should we take them one by one, or should I take two other speakers?
Maybe it's better one by one, so I don't lose track.
Go ahead, Carla.
No, thank you very much for your question. So regarding the alignment with REACH, of course, that this is what we also look for. And as my colleague Lucian also replied regarding a similar question regarding to the previous steps, this is something that we will take into account to further develop the framework. Of course, there's also some new developments of methods, and then we can also see what will be the added value of having those. So yeah, this is something that we have in mind, and we will align as much as possible, except then things that are beyond regulatory, because also this is the objective of this framework, right? To be a bit beyond that in case it's needed, so that will, as we said, that with the case studies, we will have a better grasp of what this in reality means. And regarding with the new LCA components, I'm not sure if I understand you are referring to impact categories, or maybe you can just.
So that is meant to take place on a substance or mixture level. Is that correct? Not like on a product level.
No, so the LCA will take into account the use of the chemical or the material. It will consider its use. So if my chemical is being used in a product, we will need to consider that as well. So the framework is mainly being developed to provide criteria for chemicals and materials. No, so this chemical needs to have a climate change lower than X.
Yeah.
But of course, that this would take into account the use of that chemical. So if it's used in a product, we also need to see what that entails.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Carla. So clear, chemicals and materials is the focus. Martin Wimmer, the next speaker, please.
Thank you very much and good afternoon to everybody, especially also to Jürgen, whom I know already. First of all, I have maybe say again that I'm coming from the Austrian competent authority for REACH. So clearly my questions are very much dealing with the regulatory system that you are envisaging. And in terms of that system, my question here is, you have always used in your presentations, also in the morning, the term we will do that and we will do this. In terms of a regulatory view, I'm actually interested, who is the we that you envisage? Or have you clear ideas? Because most of the data that you need is, of course, data produced and well known by certain industrial or producer legal identities. And so the question is, do you think to get the data from them if you say we, or is there a completely different concept here? This is one question. And then just another comment on the I think you have called this a toxicity footstep or something like this. As far as I understand, this footstep is based on raw data from toxicity tests, like LC50 or something like this. In the morning, I have asked your colleagues what kind of toxicity data you want to use, and the answer was mainly CLP-based data, and CLP has classification data. So my question is, do you envisage here to have a very large database on raw testing data, or rather classifications as we have it under the CLP? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Over to you, Carla. We touched already on REACH, on data this morning quite a lot, in particular on REACH. You've seen what Sophie Norga was writing in the chat box, quite important. So now toxicity data. Over to you, Carla.
Okay, thank you. So the we, in these terms I was referring, is the we as a team, developing this, because we are proposing to use these methods and to use these approaches, and now we have the responsibility to see as how this align with existing regulation. No, so in this sense, it's the we that I was referring to, and regarding the use of the data, of course, that as you will see later, if there is interest also in participation in the case studies, we can use data from industries that would be willing to do that. But mainly, we will use data available in CLP, as my colleague Lucien said. Of course, that we can also explore new approaches like artificial intelligence. There is several developments in this area that maybe can generate some data. And so this can also be considered. So not sure if it's pragmatic enough at this point, but the different avenues that we are exploring. No? So first is, okay, are these points that we are presenting here today relevant to be in? Okay, so if there is consensus on that, what are the methods that we should use? So if we want to go beyond the regulatory, is there new developments that we can flag? Because always with these eyes of let's drive innovation and research. Okay, so there's also these things to be considered. So yes, I hope I answered your question on who we are.
Okay.
Also,
yeah, Carla.
Yes, I think there's a colleague to intervene regarding the data.
Yeah, I think the next speaker here on my list is Neil Hunt from Jordas GmbH company. Neil Hunt, please.
Thank you for letting me ask a question. Thanks for the interesting presentation. I was wondering, looking at the various parameters for your LCA, I was thinking, well, if I was an SME, I don't think I'd have much of an impact on any of these because I'm so small. I'm wondering whether your model or your framework is going to take into account the scale issues. I don't really have an answer because I can see pros and cons for both of those. I think if you're trying to do a comparison, you need to somehow normalize scale if you're comparing two different technologies. But if we're just looking at impact on environment, clearly scale does matter. So I'm just wondering whether this is being going to be taken into account within the framework.
I guess that when you do the LCA, you look at the chemical, right? So is it being produced by a big company or a small company? In that case, will not be reflected in the LCA, you know. So then we need to take into account maybe this chemical has the potential to replace a certain volume in the market. And this is different considerations than the LCA approach, because the LCA is focused on function base, so specifically on a chemical material in this case. So this scale issue is not very much captured now with the LCA. Of course, that this is a point that is also mentioned in the chemical strategy, no? To reduce the volumes of these chemicals that we want not to see out there. So this can also be something that we include in the framework. And if you have a suggestion that you would see this importantly to be specifically addressed or supporting SMEs, you are very much welcome to share with us your thoughts.
Thank you, Carla. I think the next one is Tatiana Santos. Tatiana.
Yes, thank you. I have a comment, a couple of comments on the big challenge that you mentioned, the data availability. Indeed, it's a big challenge, taking into account the hazard and exposure data under reach. Last year, for example, more than 90% of the registration dossiers checked by ECHA were not complying with the legal requirements. So that's a big issue. And we can bet that the problem will be translated when it comes to environmental footprint data. So you said that you aim to discuss this under the evaluation part of the day, but I wonder if we shouldn't have discussed this at the very beginning of the discussion, because for us, given that the companies would be rewarded with safe and sustainable by design status, providing the information is a must. For us, the lack of information should be the cutoff criteria for not granting the safe and sustainable by design status, or for not passing the criteria. Because if we end up evaluating how to use or how to rank the lack of information or not adequate or not reliable information, we are talking about not regulatory measures rather than excellence certificate. So of course, excellence starts by being transparent and providing all the data that is necessary to really deserve this sort of certificate. And of course, yeah, the absence of this data cannot mean the absence of a problem. You have to heard about that. And second comment is regarding CLP. It is not so clear if you are aiming to use existing criteria or hazard categories, upcoming or also new hazard categories, because this may rely too much on something that it doesn't even exist yet. And also it shifts the burden back to the authorities, while the burden should be on the companies to provide this data. So just yeah, a comment and a question from my side. Thank you.
Okay. You are muted, Juncker.
Thanks a lot, Tatiana. I've still a number of colleagues who would like to ask questions. So now we need a bit to tie it up. Carla, please go ahead, and then I would like to come to the next questions. Thank you.
Okay. So regarding the data availability, for sure, this is something that will jeopardize whatever assessment, no? Because if you don't have good data, you cannot conclude about anything in a good way as well. But this work, as it was stressed since the beginning, is a work that intends to drive research and innovation, right? So we are here identifying what are the things that need to be measured. Of course, in an ideal world, we would already have this data, but it's not the case, no? So now we do in parallel identifying this data is needed, so maybe there needs to be some action from, I don't know, the Commission or some interest also. Maybe the market will drive this transparency that you were saying, no? Some implementation of a traceability scheme. So maybe consumers will also start to demand to have. So there's many things that can drive this direction of having more data available, no? So the developments in research and technological development. So this is all things that can go together with identifying what are the things to be measured. And then identifying that there's this research needs, so we can open calls in the Horizon program to fill in these needs. So of course it's right that what you say would be the perfect world, but unfortunately we don't live on it. And so this is the challenges that we encounter, and we will encounter for sure doing the case study. And so this is the things that we also point out. This is what we need to have, and this is what is missing. And hopefully the things will develop like that. Regarding the CLP on the hazards categories, if they were presented by my colleagues, so I don't know if Lucian wants to add something.
Just to say again the same things that I mentioned in the morning. The idea currently, what we are proposing, is to follow the CLP criteria on this hazard classification. When updates of that will become available, we need to follow closely that, and then we need to update also the framework and the grouping or the criteria in the framework. And then, of course, once new classification or additional classification will become available, of course, the decision is there where to place it in the framework. So, but so far, we intend to follow the CLP classification on hazards.
Good. Okay. Thank you. I think the next question is coming from Sangwon Su. Initially raise the hand, now raise the hand again. Sangwon Su, please. Maybe you can also indicate from which organization you are coming.
This is Sangwon. I'm from the University of California, Santa Barbara, and also professor at the Leiden University in the Netherlands. And I'm speaking as in the capacity of the expert panel who participate in the review process of this report. Not necessarily a question, but I would like to kind of respond to some of the questions, especially related to the data availability and accessibility in life cycle assessment. But before that, my sincere congratulations to Carla, Serenella, and colleagues at the European Commission. I think that this is very important milestone that you have reached. And when I was listening to the comments and also looking at the chat box, I was feeling like, you know, these are really valuable comments, and this is exactly what this the stakeholder workshop is for. So I was feeling like, you know, gold scavenger, you know, finding some nuggets of gold here and there is great ideas here and there. And I think that these ideas are really driving the innovation and the research. So I was very pleased to hear that. So some of the comments that I was kind of jotting down here is first and foremost about data availability and data accessibility in life cycle assessment. I would like to say a few words on that, but also about the SMEs and the capacity building, the needs of capacity building, and how to connect life cycle assessment to the planetary boundaries, and the question of scale also raised a few times. And the idea of EU-wide chemical LCA database, I think it is a brilliant idea. And the technical support center, I was feeling like, ding, you know, light is on. I think this is a great idea too. And how can we bring the life cycle assessment information for industrial chemical design? I think that's another very important aspect. And the non-chemical alternatives like system solutions. I think these are also, you know, very, very important issues. So about the, you know, data availability, I do share the view that we need better data and better databases and life cycle assessment. And also we need to ensure the accessibility of such data, especially by SMEs, and increase the capacity. And I believe that, you know, because of the fact that SSbD is really about driving innovation. So it is really about, you know, understanding what are the roadblocks, what are the obstacles that we want to overcome in order for us to be able to really achieve, you know, safe and sustainable by design. It's not about whether we cannot do it, therefore let's stop it, but it's really about, you know, how can we make it possible, and what are the innovations needed in order to make it possible. Having said that, and I've been doing life cycle assessment for 27 years, and from day one, I have been hearing data is lacking. And after 27 years, we are seeing the same questions raising again and again. But I think that it is very important. Of course, we need more data and more data availability and accessibility. But at the same time, we should acknowledge that we have enormously improved the data situation as compared to 2-3 decades ago in life cycle assessment. There are basic platform chemicals and their life cycle assessment data that are available. And as Serenala mentioned, you know, sometimes we may not have the supplier specific or, you know, or plant specific LCA data, but some generic data, that average data that can, you know, paint a broad brush picture on the chemical sustainability and life cycle assessment is out there. So there are always a proxy data that are out there. And also I'd like to mention that, you know, one of the projects that I participated at in LAD was a click.net website. It's a CLICC.net. So that uses artificial intelligence and APIs to the existing data sources to assemble life cycle assessment result for any generic chemicals. Even if there is no LCA data that are out there, we try to estimate that using predictive toxicity models as well as the existing models and artificial intelligence to estimate the generic life cycle assessment information for chemicals. And those kind of developments need to be taken into account. Of course, there are a long way to go further, but, you know, there are resources that are out there that are available. And I think it would be great to, you know, bring those kind of comments and concerns into the next generation innovation so that we can further resolve some of those issues and make sure that this, you know, great, you know, framework that we are proposing, I think we all agree that there is a rationale and need to have a safe and sustainable by design. So, you know, I think that we should bring them forward in the next generation research. So to that end, I would like to just say one more thing, which is that the ELCAD online workshop that is next week, that is really about bringing life cycle assessment into design platforms. So how can we connect the design aspect and life cycle assessment. There's huge development in chemical design, architectural design, and also corporate and operational digitization. How can we bring those information systems and life cycle assessment together so that we can really integrate life cycle assessment with design? So there are many interesting and really important development in many different areas, and I think that we should bring them together to ensure that the SSbD is practicable. Thank you.
Thank you for this input and for this complementary information, in particular on the workshop. Looking at Carla, any comment at this stage on this additional input? Otherwise, I would move now to Anne Dirks from CEFIC.
No, very, very great. Thanks a lot, Sangwa.
Many thanks for sharing these insights with us. Much appreciated. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and thanks for joining us. I don't know what's the timing now in California. Might be a bit very early. Okay, Anne Dirks, please.
Yes, good afternoon again. So yeah, the previous speaker already said a lot. I think looking at what is proposed, and I think we'll have to take a bit more time to absorb it also with the explanations that you gave us today. I think overall there are quite some similarities when we see like which of the categories would we identify to have a further assessment, etc. But so I will not go in those detailed comments. I just had a process question here, because although I think the concept of the planetary boundaries and the absolute sustainability is of course a very appealing one, if only one could, and especially I'm asking myself how to bring that back to chemicals and materials. So no, as a thought, it is. I understand what you want to say. However, we need, as you mentioned yourself, we need to be pragmatic right now, right? So because we need to move on and we need to take the next steps, and these are incremental improvements, as also I saw someone saying in the chat. So you mentioned we need to come to a certain consensus to make it pragmatic. So how do you see that process happening is really my question here. I mean, how can we ensure that we indeed get to some pragmatism and arrive at something which is implementable and workable for the growth of the companies and downstream users?
Good. Over to you, Carla.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. So actually, this is something that we will, again, with the case studies that we will experience, and we can even eventually consider then to have a workshop to discuss as well these points, because this is also an issue related, for example, as you will see next, how to carry out this evaluation, right? Even if we have the perfect data, we have everything perfect, we will have a score for 16 impact categories plus the safety components, and then how we're gonna decide about all these things, right? If my chemical is performing very well in one, very bad in another, so how we will resolve this issue, right? So will we come up with a weighting scheme? Will this weighting scheme be developed together with the Commission and stakeholders in an agreed way? So we don't have the answer for that. We have some ideas that can be eventually be explored, right? Regarding the absolute sustainability is indeed very attractive concept, and there's several papers that came out just this year trying to allocate the operational space to a specific chemical. So there are things being developed, right? So in this sense, probably we can apply them as well in an exploratory approach, and then to illustrate, look, this is how this is working, but maybe discussing together what would be then the pragmatic approach, right? It's probably not something that we at this stage developing this framework can say already now, right? Because otherwise you will not have the consensus, and then it will probably be rejected or criticized. So yeah, you are right, and this is something that we would like to have in mind to further explore and develop this framework in a more interactive way possible. Of course, that this is also very time consuming and addressing all the comments, but this is our idea, that we would like to have this being further developed, but also having your input. With the case study, we hope that this will bring more clarity on what is actually would be possible, right? So in the next workshop that we will have, we will probably be able to discuss more of these pragmatic approaches and get your views on that.
Good. Thank you, Carla. I have two other speakers, and as regards the question about what next and what are the deadlines for responses, I will keep this open until the end of the workshop. So I have the next one, which is actually Ronald van den Bosch from the Netherlands.
Yes, good afternoon, Ronald van den Bosch from Dow Chemical. A short point, there is mentioned a couple of times human toxicity and the use of data. Are you plan to make use of the human toxicity data in REACH? So after more than a decade of REACH, there is of course a ton of data there, which is verified and accepted by industry and by the Commission. And second is, can you share which case studies you have in mind for this initiative of safe and sustainability by design?
I think, Ronald, if I'm not mistaken, Carla, on the case studies we come later on in the agenda.
Okay, good.
Sorry for this.
That's okay.
But
yes.
Over to you, Carla. Yeah.
Yes. So for the data on the REACH, as we said before, we were planning to use the data that is available. Yes. And for the case studies, we will have just a short info point telling you about the case studies, and you will have opportunity to see that in some minutes.
I will come back to this later on this afternoon. Thank you for this. And then Ana Morao. Please, Ana Morao. Can you hear us? She raised her hand. No? Ana Morao, do you want to come in? She seems to have connectivity problems. I see. Okay, good. Good. I think it seems that we are then slightly ahead of schedule, Carla.
Okay.
No, I see Ana Morao, and then I see Marco Susnik still from SME United. So maybe Marco Susnik starts first, and then we'll see whether Ana Morao can still connect. Marco Susnik, please.
Thank you very much. I would just like to make a short comment from the side of SMEs. I think that when we are discussing something that's pragmatic, I think that's also very important from which perspective we are looking at. Something that's pragmatic for large industry is not necessarily pragmatic for a small, medium-sized enterprise, can be even a showstopper for a small, medium-sized enterprise. I guess you are aware of that, and you're also thinking that when you are now planning further steps, that actually you need to consider also the size of companies that you want to reach, that you want to include into that framework, because I would rather say that the whole concept of safe and sustainable by design is per definition not something that I would consider typically pragmatic, but which is rather going into a relatively going quite into details. It's quite data demanding, work demanding. So it's tricky when you say pragmatic. It will always depend who we are talking to. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yes, for sure. And that's why we were thinking of these possibilities of having stakeholders commenting. No, that's why we are all commenting and having the opportunity to have your voice heard, and also to provide suggestions, because that you say that safe and sustainable design is by default or in principle pragmatic, but in the end, you need to evaluate things. So we need also to have this assessment being carried out, right? So in any case, any pragmatism is very welcome, because we are also trying to come up with some, we want this framework to be used and applied, right? So we are not here in the corner trying to develop something just for our intellectual pleasure. So this pragmatism is very welcome. Thanks.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you for this question. I'm looking at Ana Morao, whether she can join now. Otherwise, I take the last colleague who wants to ask a question. This is Emily Adair. Maybe you can briefly introduce from which associations you are. Emily Adair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the very thorough presentation. We really appreciate this consultation. My name is Emily, and I'm from Temple, which is a company. I would like to just raise the point around LCA studies that we can perform them with existing data and data proxies, but we need to be pragmatic and having standardized and comparable approaches. And that's why, of course, we've created these category rules, which are based on a specific plot. But here we are looking at thousands and thousands of chemicals. So we'll end up with a very large variability if we don't have these category rules per product. And then that would make it also very difficult to allow comparability to reference products or targets or benchmarks. So I just really would like to have that noted as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Yeah, exactly. This is definitely a point. No, that's why we have the Commission has developed the product environmental footprint, which provides guidance on how to model, right, to modeling options to reduce this space of solutions, no, because and then to ensure as well comparability, because this is a very critical point. So this is for sure also a concern from our side, and it's something to be taken into account. Thank you very much for pointing that out.
Good. Thank you, Emily. Now, since I'm also a bit the timekeeper, if okay for you, Carla, you're ready for the next session?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Anna Morao, but her hand is raised, but no, she cannot make it apparently. Anna Morao, no. Carla, if you're ready, then we move to the next session. This is actually the evaluation procedure, section 5 of the first draft report of the GRC. Over to you, Carla, again.
Okay. So thank you. So this part, as you probably had a look at the report, we have some yellow highlight there because we are trying to develop something that combines all these steps that we have been showing. No? So this is the content of this short presentation on mainly the possibilities that exist, not exactly proposing a definitive point. But just to say that we thought about how to develop this evaluation, having a bit insights from the review that we carry out, right? So there was a lot of frameworks that were having this hierarchical procedure in which there's safety aspects mandatory, and then you have considered first, and then you have environmental and social aspects after. And that the integration of all this would be not appropriate because we cannot have trade-offs. We cannot choose a chemical that is less energy intensive compared to one that is, for example, carcinogenic. So these points that were also highlighted there. And so therefore aggregating the safety, health and environmental impacts would not be something that we would do. Of course, on the other hand, as I pointed out before, there's also this difficulty and then support decision making, right? So, and so an option would be to come up with these single scores per dimension. So this is also something that we took into account. And then regarding to the trade-offs, the support decision making, this is also a very challenging area because it has been a problem, at least in LCA, applied to support decisions, that it's not so easy how to combine all these different environmental impact categories. And of course that there are some already suggestions in the literature, such as this sequential framework approach in which the hierarchy of different parameters is decided by the responsible organization, or then you define a set of weighting to the aspects, and then we can define what would be the performance and the ranking based on that, right? Also having in mind that it's important to have more than one alternatives, because that may also be desirable under certain circumstances. So this was some of the inputs that we got from the review, as well as other strategies that can exist. So equal weighting of the aspects, or we just have some rule-based ranking. So just to show you that there is a lot of things that are already possible to be done to go on in supporting decision, but it's not so clear which one we would apply here. Of course, that we would also like your feedback for that. So if you have some suggestions, that could be for sure something we would appreciate. But for now, we are thinking to have these scores for each step, as we have been presenting before. Of course, that this score will imply the combination of different aspects, right? So this is also a challenge that we are encountering on how to go ahead with this. And this basically would lead us to a SSbD score that would allow to rank our chemicals, right? So we could rank chemicals that are SSbD, others that are not, that can be flagged for substitution. So this is the idea, the first thoughts about how we would see this evaluation procedure work. Of course, that there is this challenge of how to combine the different aspects. And something that we would see as an overview of the results, and although we would have this combination of the aspects, something that we would see important is to have a very transparent evaluation outcome. So in this case, you would not look only at the level or a score that was obtained, but we will be able to track back to, for example, in this small table here, it's not for you to read, just to that you would have the information on the exact indicator, what was the exact reference, and what was the value of my chemical. So this would be an overview of what are the elements coming out of this evaluation. So not just a black box that is going to say, this is my score, and decide based on that. And of course, as I already mentioned, there is this issue on how we are going to decide, aggregate on the different aspects. So we will use weighting scheme, or even how we're going to visualize the results of the criteria. So as you saw, this is under development in our report. And as it was mentioned here, there's this comes over and over, no? The data availability. So we know that is a challenge. And so we will explore, maybe not apply immediately, no, but explore these new developments that are coming out, no, as also Song-Wan was referring. So there's a lot of things coming. And so we will see what is the application at this moment with this, and also consider it to further developments in terms of research. And of course, another point that is very, very important is the uncertainty of the data, because the quality of the data is really very important to have good results. So we also have this in our sphere to be considered. And one option that we were thinking could be that we have a data quality score, similar to what is done with in LCA, with the pedigree matrix, in which you evaluate the data source in terms of reliability, completeness, temporal, geographic, and technological correlation in sample size. So this is very much on the LCA part. And so we could have somehow a data quality score that would be provided together with the score that was obtained, or included there to somehow be reflected in the evaluation. Of course, other options are to be explored. So as I said, this is still a very open chapter on how we are gonna do that. So finally, just to have some acknowledgements. So as also Song-Wan intervened, he was one of the experts providing some support for the development of this work, together with Andre Bardo, Peter Fangt, Mark Hubert, Anna Lindquist, Ad Aragas, Antonia Raylan, and Thomas Riedberg. We really appreciate their views. Sometimes not all in agreement, but we have to do some compromises. And also to the colleagues in the working group of Safe and Sustainable by Design, established by the European Commission, that are providing a very, very insightful comments. So we are really very appreciating these inputs, and we really will appreciate yours. We already do. And so please, any comments, constructive approaches, they're very, very welcome. And this is
Carla.
what we have to say.
Carla, thanks a lot for the second presentation. Now, we don't have now half an hour, but we have a few minutes for taking questions. And I also see there's already feedback also in the chat box, in particular whether we need a step 5 or not, which is mentioned in boxes. But I see there is a hand. This is Dennis Sarigianis. And maybe you could come in, and afterwards is Andierks. Dennis Sarigianis. I hope I pronounce your name correctly.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's fine. Thanks a lot, David. Yes, now what I want to say, Carla, is first of all, again, congratulations for an excellent piece of work, complex. The one comment I had is, and maybe we can exchange also separately on that, is that, first of all, I have to say I represent PARC, the WPA of PARC, so working on the toolbox for SSbD. So we'll be happy to work with you, of course. Already from now on. Now, the one point that is very important, I think, is that I don't think, personally, I'm saying it as a scientist, not as PARC only, yeah? So that it is not, we should not just see the hierarchical, approach where we look at safety first and sustainability afterwards as something that actually would, if we were to upset that, that would actually reduce the safety goals. I think that by taking a very strong, very strict approach in this hierarchy, we miss out an opportunity to optimize in chemical innovation or industrial innovation in general. By looking at the same time at safety and sustainability goals, there is an array of methods that allow you to put red lines, if you like, constraints on the safety levels that you accept. So you can define acceptable safety levels. So essentially, you can define your safety envelope at the same way that you essentially do doing a safety assessment at the reach. And at the same, but it is much more efficient if you optimize all the parameters in the industrial innovation process at the same time looking at safety and sustainability, allowing not trade-offs on safety, but trade-offs on, if you like, the choices that the designers would make, the chemical designers would make to, at the same time, serve safety and sustainability goals. Because if you just do it the other way around, so in a more strict first safety, then sustainability kind of approach, where we might be missing, and I have examples of it, we can talk about it again separately, I don't want to take up too much time, where we can identify that we could have done better having already offset some, for instance, intermediates in production that would not harm the safety part, but would definitely harm the sustainability part. So it's let's see it from the flip side, not as in the trade-offs are bad because they would reduce safety, but if you ensure that the safety level is intact, the trade-offs actually would be better because it would allow us earlier on to take up some more sustainable solutions. But that's a technical issue, but it is also of substance because it is talking about the structure of the approach.
Thank you, Dennis. Yes, it's true that I mean we talk about this hierarchy, but we will probably not wait for all the safety steps to be done to start with the LCA. So we will conduct them in parallel. The issue is that the hierarchy, what we meant, and it's probably we need to clarify it, is that there are certain safety considerations that we will not accept to happen. So this first step that Lucian presented, if it's not passing, we will not allow. And so this is what we wanted to refer it to, because if it goes on that step, we will go on assessing the safety and eventually also the sustainability. And as you were suggesting, no, to see what can be improved and have a better understanding of the system complete, no? So you're right, and this is, we will take this into consideration as well when developing the case study. But just to clarify a bit that we are not strictly, oh, I passed step 2, I'm now gonna go to step 3. So just to clarify as well that we will also do that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Dirks. Ann.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you also for this final chapter. Yes, I think it's important indeed to have a good representation of the final evaluation, because of course that will guide our innovation as well towards ever more sustainable solutions. Here I just would have a question, because we have made this scorecard now on chemicals and materials, and I was wondering whether the JRC Commission is also thinking about how can you actually work with this type of representations during the innovation process when you consider that a stage gate, because obviously you would have different levels of information and also different levels of assessment methodologies needed. So that was one question. Strong recommendation indeed to develop further the paragraph 5.3. I think there's still a lot to do on that level and pointing to innovation needs. And then maybe a final remark or question. Yes, from the start, I was always puzzled about this document. So we place a lot of emphasis on the assessment part, right? And we only have a very small chapter on the design phase. So in a way, I think we could perhaps develop that further, or when we say we integrate, I don't know what, but I just want to point out that for me, like if you talk about green chemistry or green engineering, it is not an assessment methodology, right? It is a toolbox. And so I was a bit a toolbox to get us to more sustainable chemicals or materials. And I was therefore wondering, why do we integrate it in the evaluation? What is the tick box then bringing in addition in this light, while I see it very much as a toolbox to get us there. So a few thoughts and looking forward for the rest of this chapter. Then again, like you mentioned a process check here, you mentioned this chapter is not really fully developed. Will we have more time to give comments on this chapter after the deadline? But that's probably a question I have to ask at the end of this session, I guess. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Anne. Thank you for your comments. No, indeed, the design part that we have there is not part of the evaluation. So under the evaluation, we consider the sustainability assessment, which is these different steps that we were saying. No, of course, that we see that this checklist or these principles that we have for now, that we will develop it further, because we wanted to check with you what would be your feedback on having this, as you were saying, kind of like a toolbox, right? Because it's combining principles that we found in different publications like green chemistry, circularity, and we put them all together just to give some guidance on someone that is developing. But as you correctly said, they are not per se a sign of sustainability performance. So that's why the key step of our framework is the step when we do the sustainability assessment, right? But this component is very relevant because we can identify, when you carry out the assessment, you can identify hotspots and things that can be improved. And maybe you can go back to this list and say, oh, maybe I can improve in this aspect here that is, I didn't look at it, right? So then in this interactive process that you will allow to improve the performance of your chemical. And this connects with the previous comment, no? The need to address all the different aspects simultaneously, because they probably lead to different improvements, and the improvement of one can make the other worse. So yes, we have this the rationale behind this proposal is that is not functioning as an evaluation per se, but it will provide some hints to improvement and also on the principles that were adopted, no? And then regarding to your first question that you are referring to this dashboard, was it? Can you please just remind the chemical?
Yeah. The CEFIC dashboard, yeah, which CEFIC has developed, yeah.
Yeah. See, we will also take it into account and have a look, to see what could be. We look at several publications, and as I said, it's our objective to harmonize as much as possible with existing, to join forces, right? We don't want to have that as no mine's better than yours. So yes, for sure we will. And any input from your side, it's also very welcome regarding to the application of it to the framework that as we have now. For the comments, exactly, I don't know.
I come back on the comments, Carla.
Yes.
I think on the dashboard done by CEFIC, I think that's an important piece of work. I remember also CEFIC's presentation a little bit a year ago when we had the first workshop. So we are very attentive to what CEFIC is doing. Now I'm looking at two other speakers. This is Leah Hernandez. Over to you, please.
Hi, thank you. Well, thank you for a great presentation. I know this is a really complex and complicated. I just want to share some of our lessons learned and maybe include, emphasize the importance of communication in a transparent way. I think we should avoid one-score systems because you really lose the complexity. We are in transitions. You will not have a complete, perfect, safe and sustainable by design. And just to give you an example, I mean, you're balancing functionality, safety, sustainability, and circularity. So just really, really fast, I would really encourage you to use a life cycle thinking principles where when you communicate, that you identify where all the hotspots are, and then see where the actions are taking, because then you see it in a transparent way from a material to the product to the end of life, where the actions are taken. So for instance, if you have a battery and you have a really innovative anode, but you did nothing on the rest of the battery, that is transparent. You did not work on the other components, you did not work on the recyclability, you did not work in the reusability, but you are probably not using cobalt and probably have an innovative, but you see it in a very transparent way, which steps were taken. So I really would encourage a heat map or a life cycle thinking approach where you highlight the whole life cycle and identify where each of the hotspots are, the major ones, and then what actions were taken. So you have a two-step process. Your assessment is the identification of safety and sustainability hotspots. And the second is what actions were taken. And this is a transition. You want tomorrow to be better than today. So I hope that this way of communication will help us achieve those Green Deal goals. So hopefully that will be taken into account and really avoid the one-score system, because this is so complex that it will be almost impossible to put something. And we're transitioning. We want every year to move towards more ambitious goals. So I think this limits us. So I think it's good to work in transitions and work in a system that we are going to be in every year moving closer and closer towards our goals. And hopefully you can bring circularity back, as waste is a tremendous problem. And I think we need the reusability, the recyclability, those aspects, embed them in design, and bio-based products and other alternatives, also include them in this life cycle thinking approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you. Actually, many of the points that you are pointing out, they are indeed already included in the design part that we are referring to use circularity and bio-based. But this is not necessarily a good thing, because many bio-based products, you can be using feedstock from land that will disturb biodiversity. So we have this in this preliminary, as I was saying before, this list of things to do. And then regarding the hotspots and identifying, of course, where it is, this is normal procedure when you're doing an LCA, that you identify these and then you improve your system, right? But in the end, it's not by saying that you will say this chemical is safe and sustainable by design by merely identifying hotspots, right? So you need to come up with a decision. And that's why one possibility can be the scoring. Of course, that is we are not hiding information. That's why I was pointing out in the last slide that everything will be transparent. So you would know to each impact category what was the problem, what was the obtain, and then we can add, of course, there what was the hotspot in that specific life cycle stage, and even recommendations, no? So this to bring it even to a more complete picture of the problem. But yeah, we have all these things that you were saying, yes, in mind, and we can just make everything more clear. Of course, that then in the end, you will need to have a compromise between the amount of information that will be disclosed and then how will be the decision taken, right? So there's also this thing to have, to consider. So it's very complicated because for some people, yeah, you need to be very transparent to say everything. Then some others say, no, but why you need all this? I don't know what to do with all this information. Again, we need to put the different hats here, and not the researcher only, not the SME, not the big company. So it's a really a complicated exercise. But yeah, thank you for our inputs.
Yeah, but I think you could also qualitative look at share information. You could also say, for instance, no action taken of recyclability, but it's an important factor, or this was an important, you don't, I think there's different ways to be also qualitatively to identify and have, I think you need a life cycle thinking approach, because otherwise you really miss the big picture. And I think simply the here oversimplification to one score will not get us to where we want to go, because I think in many instances you want to know where was that action, where were the hotspots, and if you had 10 hotspots and you did one action, do you really want to call that safe and sustainable? And I think that those kind of implications of that score we should really consider. But if you have 2 hotspots major and you reduce the toxic and you have a process that uses less energy and is carbon neutral, then you really are safe and sustainable. So really these weighing, I think it's complex, but I would really avoid oversimplifying the evaluation and communication, because I think these are, even if we our ambition is to have them qualitatively be in bed that this was a problem, there was a toxic chemical or there was high energy, but there's nothing, it's an essential chemical. These are very critical issues. Otherwise, if you don't communicate, if they're embedded in a heat map that where nobody can understand, I think we will never get to the point. So I think let's try to here really be really innovative in the way we communicate, and innovative in the way we identify these actions and communicate them, because this is really the most important step. You really are saying that this action was SSbD and this will meet the green deals and this will get us to the goals in 2030 and 2050. So let's be very cautious in this step. But thank you so much for answering the question, and excellent presentation. The work that JRC has done has been tremendous, really our compliments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dia. Thank you, Carla. Should I then I'm going to Neil Hunt from Yodas, who has also raised his hand.
I was just going to comment. A number of the aspects of the framework presented remind me a little bit of the analysis of alternatives and socioeconomic analysis needed in REACH authorization. To some degree, obviously, there's added aspects around environment and sustainability. And obviously, authorization has been done ongoing for 12 years. Industry's been doing it. There's been lots of reviews on it. So I was just suggesting that maybe there's a lot of learning points from there on a system that's got some similarities. And perhaps, I don't know whether you're already sort of looking at what industry's views and regulators' views on authorization, its good bits and its bad bits are for inclusion and adaptation into this framework, perhaps?
Okay, over to you, Carla.
But sorry, I didn't get exactly what was the question. It was more a suggestion
Neil, maybe
to learn from
which question do you have, or was it more a general comment? Neil?
Me? I was just suggesting that perhaps because of there being aspects of similarity of this framework with how an authorization might be done, and there's lots of reviews on authorization being done recently, just to take some learning points from these reviews and see how they can be applied into this framework to avoid some of the issues that obviously have arisen through authorization in the first place.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Thank you for your suggestion.
Thank you. Then the last speaker here from the audience is Henrik Edin, NGO. Maybe you can explain what NGO is, or maybe I'm ignorant. Henrik,
Following the instructions. Thank you. Okay. I am from ChemSec. I just finally want to say that I think there is a large risk while widening the scope of the analysis that we are struck by this paralysis by analysis, and I do not think that is very desirable. We should remember that, I mean, this concept has a very specific goal to fulfill, and that are being formulated, among other things, within the chemical strategy to subsidize and phase out hazardous substances, among other things. So I think it's important just to keep in mind that we always come back to the core point of this initiative, and that we actually give this safe and sustainable by design concept the necessary teeth to make some real change that is necessary. So thank you.
Henrik, thanks, but still wait for my concluding remarks, yeah? So paralysis by analysis, that's a nice word which I learned today. Thought normally the better is the devil of the good, but so I've learned something. Okay, Carla, I think I'm looking here. I see, okay, then I'll take this as Tatiana Santos as the last colleague here from the audience who has a question. Tatiana Santos, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I work for the EEB. I think I didn't say so before.
I'm sorry for that. Yeah, okay.
Environmental NGO. I just wanted to remind that safe and sustainable by design is the ultimate goal, no? But the current situation is that the vast majority of chemicals are not safe and sustainable by design. So it's really giving a guidance to the companies on what is the ultimate goal and what the transition that is needed to get there. So we are very concerned to hear that just promises to improve safety or sustainability of chemicals would be considered as enough to pass the criteria of safe and sustainable by design. And in fact, it will block innovation, because this transition that is needed is actually the main incentive to innovate, to truly reach that goal of being non-hazardous and sustainable. So I just wanted to make these general comments because, yeah, after what I have heard so far, I have the impression that the goal is just to classify as many chemicals as possible as safe and sustainable by design, but I don't think this is the goal of this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Very briefly to you, Carla. It's a very general comment. I'm hesitating to come in as well as regards to research innovation. Over to you, Carla.
Thank you. No, I mean, the goal in the long term would be to have as much SSbD chemicals as possible. That's for sure. No, of course, that this is not possible right now. And as you said, we are in the step of driving innovation towards safe and sustainable by design. And this is something that we will take. We addressed more this design part on this previous on these design guiding principles, and we can put more stress on that, and also develop further that component based on the comments that we receive. Yes, thank you very much for your input.
Thank you, Carla. I'm tempted to say you are now relieved because the next session is not for you, but many thanks for having answered all these questions now. We have still half an hour ahead of us, and I hope I see here still 195 participants, that you all stay tuned, because we will have now first Lucian Farsal, who will give us an overview about case studies, and then it's up to me to make concluding remarks, or better, to agree with you on the next operational steps. And given the comments received today, this will be also a very important point. So over you to Lucian.
Yes.
I hope I pronounce your name correctly, yeah?
Yeah. Go
ahead.
It's good. So I hope you can hear me, and we are almost at the end.
Very well.
Good. We are almost at the end. So interesting discussions, and probably additional meetings will be needed to go through some of these technical or more general issues that you have seen today. So in parallel with the refinement of the framework we are currently doing, and then we'll incorporate your suggestions. We are starting working on the case studies in order to to assess this methodology and its feasibility. We also has the aim to identify, of course, data needs and data availability, which was discussed today, and probably will come back to it. In these case studies, we also aim to define more specific criteria, and of course, with the knowledge we'll gain during this exercise, we'll like to optimize and refine the methodology. All this work that will be performed in the case studies will be part of the third GRC technical report on the elaboration of criteria with application to case studies, which will be expected in the Q3 of this year. Then, of course, we'll have consultations similar with this one, and we'll have another workshop, as it was also announced in the morning in the same period of the year. Of course, besides as I already said, besides the suggestions that you will have to the framework until 5th of April, you could also contribute to these case studies, and I will say a few more details in this slide and in the next slide. So, what are the possible case studies we are having now under discussion? So they belong to, we are looking into three groups of chemicals: plasticizers, surfactants, and flame retardants. And for the first group, more specifically on non-phthalate plasticizers used for food contact materials, which would be a good example addressing consumer exposure. Then we look into the surfactants used in the textile processing. And the third possibility is the flame retardant, halogen-free flame retardants used in the ICT products, which could be a case addressing circularity and consumer exposure. So the selection of these three groups of chemicals was based on the input received in the survey that was run last year by RTD, and in alignment with relevant policies. So currently, we are performing an analysis of information of these possible case studies and relevance to the framework that it was developed. So first, of course, we are identifying and describe specific chemicals that belongs to this group. So we are currently looking into that. Alternatives available in order perhaps to compare with those chemicals, and also on the data availability. And yeah, we are looking also in the databases where we can the data on these chemicals exist, and also what additional data or additional databases. For example, databases, it was mentioned many times, the REACH data. Of course, we look at at least for the hazard data, we'll look first into that, and then if additional data is needed, we'll explore all ranges of databases available. Okay. Technical issues. Okay, so saying that, of course, we might have additional meetings in clarifying several aspects of the case studies itself or on the data availability. But what we would like now to ask if stakeholders would like to contribute with data to these case studies and to collaborate on developing and implementing the case studies that I mentioned. So in parallel with when you look at the report, you could also express your interest to submit data or contribute with data by the same time, by the 5th of April, and sending the first requirement to the same email address that it's shown on the slide. And with that, I think, yeah, this was my final my final slide. So I hope it was at least on the case study, it was clear what we're aiming to do, and I hope we can collect some additional ideas, but also mainly ideas and mainly data on these case studies. And I really thank you for the attention.
Lucian, thank you. And you put actually an additional challenge forward for those who should respond. And I think this was a further encouragement actually to come in now. Therefore, I will not now open for the floor. I will a bit move actually to the concluding remarks. And the concluding remark should not be that we had a wonderful and rich day. The work will continue in this regard. Therefore, I wanted to make a few important points. First of all, a big thank you to the Joint Research Center who has produced this draft report. And I underline, this is work in progress. And the progress has to come from stakeholders, from those who are listening in and who want to submit comments. I think for us, it's very important to get comments by the 5th of April. Of course, we are ready to take into account further comments which are coming in later. But I think the Green Deal is an important agenda and we should not start buying time. I know the 5th of April will be a challenge for some of you, but I think let's structure a bit the debate. And because the consultation is not an open consultation, it's about a draft report prepared by the colleagues in the Joint Research Center. And Javier, are you with us still? We saw Javier all this morning. Javier?
I am with you.
Yeah, can you briefly show we have prepared a kind of template for those who have not seen it, and maybe you can introduce the template because we asked really for reactions to the report. And maybe you take here the audience quickly through this. And don't get afraid. I think we want to focus really on to get this report from the colleagues in the Joint Research Center right, because this is the point for the next steps. And one workshop which was already announced in the 3rd quarter is on the case studies. This was done by Lucian. Javier, do you want to give a few comments on this template?
Yes, very briefly, just to please use this template. I hope you see the screen. Because
I see it very well.
Okay, so please use this template that we circulated with you to send us the feedback and provide as much information in terms of the section, the page, the table and figure that you referred to, because this will facilitate the work of the JRC to address the comments. And also we encourage you and invite you to send it in a Word format, because this facilitates a lot the compilation of all the input that we are going to receive. So this is...
Thank you, Javier, for being very precise here. Okay, a few points from my side now at this stage. First, I think also I would like to recall what has been our starting point here and why is DG Research Innovation here so much engaged. We are very much looking into the future. Research innovation is looking into the future. So which future chemicals you would like to have? So it's quite fundamental to have a common understanding what is safe and sustainable by design for looking into the future. Therefore, we should be a bit careful and entering in a U-turn. This should become all of a sudden a prerequisite for amending the REACH regulations. This is not what we have in mind. We need to see the context of the REACH regulation. I think that's quite an important point. And the researchers and innovators will need this criteria, they will need this guidance, because otherwise, where should the future research go to? You've had today a presentation on the underlying concepts. You have had a presentation in particular, and this really step by step on a 4-step approach. And if you're keen on the 5th step, please let us know this as well. What will we do with all the feedback and the questions received today? We will share these feedback with you, but we would like to go a step further. Therefore, I think our plan is when we have received your comments by the 5th of April, hopefully, we will look into your feedback received on the approach today. The case studies will come later on. And then we will organize, that's our plan, a feedback seminar with you to answer the questions raised in the chat box and also coming in by the 5th of April. This is an additional commitment we are taking here. This is for us also a way that we feel inspired, encouraged by all the comments, but also for us it's quite clear that if there is a need for structuring, clarifying the things, this webinar, which will not be a full day webinar, maybe 2 hours, should also help you to clarify things further. And we have not an exact date in mind, but we have in mind to do it still in the second half of April. That's really important for us. Therefore, the discussions will continue. We expect your comments, suggestions by the 5th of April. If things are coming in later, we will try our utmost to take account of this. And we will organize now an extra step, a feedback session, focusing on the report produced by the colleagues in the GIC. So, final conclusions. I think some colleagues have to open up their cameras. I think, first of all, the colleagues from the Joint Research Center. I think, should I give you, Carla, Lucian, Serena, can you all open up your cameras? That would be nice. Are you all, is Serena still with us?
I'm here.
Serenella, you are also with us. Sorry, you're also there. Therefore,
yes, I'm here.
A big thank you to all the colleagues, but the picture is not yet complete before we have a little applause, although it's remote. I feel still Javier, Alexandra, and Natalie, of course, Natalie Couvreur, who was hosting all this meeting and had a lot of stress to make it working via YouTube. So many thanks. Alexandra, Natalie, are you with us? Can you open up your cameras?
Yes, yes, the cameras are open.
Okay, I hope the system will not break down now. And Natalie, are you with us as well?
I am, yes, indeed.
Are you? I can't see you. Ah, yeah, you are. Okay, Natalie, a person very, very busy before the meeting. So many thanks to all of you. Many thanks for this rich feedback. And we will build on this feedback and we will come back to you to each and every comment, but helping you also to structure the debate, This is so important. Therefore, I enjoyed so much this report by the Joint Research Center, which really helped to structure the debate and go this in a way how to move forward best on a challenging agenda. So many thanks to all of you, and I see lots of applause. So lots of applause also from my side. And many thanks to all of you. So we wait for your comments on the 5th of April or later, and then we'll come back to you with a feedback webinar. We have to agree how and when, how long, but we take up the challenge. Many thanks to all of you. Bye-bye, all the best.
Bye, congratulations.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Congratulations.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Many thanks, Serenella. Huh? Challenging day, yeah?
No, but I enjoyed that a lot. I think we really gather a lot of super interesting feedback and a very
So I found it's good to
engaged
give
audience.
yeah,
So
it's
this
good
is
to give
something
feedback
that
to structure the debate, really, because it's so important. Yeah, good.
so
Good. Many thanks. Also to Sophie. I've forgotten Sophie Noraga. Ay, ay, ay. Who is such a driving force for all of this. Okay. Serenella, all the best to your colleagues and many thanks. I see Sophie, you're a bit far away.
Yeah, no, I'm hiding in the, I'm trying to copy the rest of the chat still.
Okay, good. Many thanks to all of you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Let's stay in touch, Serenella, yeah? Bye-bye.
We'll come back to you, Serenella.